do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart. chance to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes change. you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and
what can I say? Perfect opening. Perfect opening. I think, yeah, my mic audio's there. I'm not secretly muted, unbeknownst to me. Look, okay, I guess I gotta explain something. I used to be a DJ, all right? And my big thing in DJing was getting that perfect drop. And usually that means like matching up the beats, and it's really complicated, and you're listening to it in your headphones while the song is playing. You're lining up queuing up the new song to go in on the beat. But in this case, you know, it's just like song ends, right on the beat, new song starts. that's what I love. I gotta have that mix. I gotta have that perfect mix. Perfect streamer strats. Well, you know, that don't get ahead of us. Don't tell them that I'm rebranding and becoming a DJ stream. That it's gonna be about DJing. That I've got turntables. I've got old school turntables here in vinyl. I've got my big crate of vinyl over there. No, that would be cool. That would be cool. We are gonna be doing some new things though, right? And I did say the future is waiting for you for a reason, and that is not because there's no future. There is a future, okay? Because I feel like people kind of got scared. Things are changing, all right? Things are changing, things are not ending. So just to get that out of the way. And also, everybody here, while I've got you here, right? Make sure to stick around after the end of the stream. I'm gonna try to do the first of what is gonna become a members only stream. Oh my God, Science Scientist, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 11 months for you, 11-month streak. We're all scared, it's the human condition. Yo, this week scared the out of me. You know what I mean? Like this stuff, I mean, and I'm not just scared for myself, although I am scared for myself. I'm in a pretty tight financial situation. I've got a roommate moving out. Here we go. Yeah, thank you, Princess Monocle, for getting us started. That was a hype train, just like that. Just like that, we got a hype train going. Does that mean I gotta like, does that mean I gotta bounce? Does that mean I gotta bounce? I feel like it means I gotta bounce. And I gotta get this out of the shot, right? Because other than that, the shot is absolutely perfect. Almost. Can we fix that shot? 100%. Oh my God, Kex Maroon, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff going on in real life, and I don't want to get like too much into that. Right, but you know, basically, I am going to be moving into a slightly bigger room that doesn't feel like a closet the way that this one does. It doesn't. This is a fine room. I've just got lots of stuff, right? And so with lots of stuff in a medium-sized room, it kind of feels like a closet. I'm going to be moving into a bigger room, but that also means like bigger expense. Yeah, we are like, wow, 6 out of 10 sub points already. So I was just kind of worried about stuff, and I knew that with my current screaming schedule, the schedule of when I'm gonna scream at you, I come on here and scream. I feel like I did that yesterday. Look, okay, here's the deal. One thing that is stopping, one thing that is not going on in the future, right, is excessive coverage of the Hill. I have like this weird penchant for covering content that pisses me the F off, right? And it's not good. It's not good. It's not healthy for me to hang out there. Woody Red, thank you for the 1, 2, 3 bits. Yeah, it's extending that hype train. We're at level 3 of the hype train already? Damn, Kex Maroon, you kicked us up to like level 3. That's amazing. There's so much going on. Yeah, Ethan does not want to discuss Israel-Palestine anymore. Yeah, look, controversial take. He probably shouldn't, right? Because I don't know what. We're gonna see what he's going off on today, right? Because it's weird. I thought that it kind of settled things. I mean, not settled things. I know that him and Hassan don't 100% agree on things. I know that there's some people that said some stuff that he took in a certain way that are maybe friends of Hassan. I know that like there's people in Hassan's Discord that don't exactly like the direction of Ethan's rhetoric, and look, like that's not new either. But yeah, apparently leftovers. I won't say it's over, because you can never say it's over. Just like this stream, you can never say it's over. And if you read too much into the cryptic things that I said yesterday, you might be misinterpreting my intentions. Things have got to change, okay? That's for sure, right? Things have got to change in terms of allowing myself more time to look for income outside of streaming, right? Because at this point, you know, I'm just not able to completely completely sustain myself streaming, and moving into that bigger room, moving into the room that's bigger and yet costs $200 more per month that I really need to live in a place like that. But like I'm thinking towards the future, and I don't want to be in a situation where I'm like, stream is over because I am out on my butt, right? I don't want to be like, you know, I want to be like grabbing a backpack and a sleeping bag and being like, I guess I can't stream anymore, or like, I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't want to get into the situation where I'm cutting it close, right? So, you know, I've got stuff in the works. I've got some job prospects, and more than that, I've got some educational prospects. It turns out that I might be done with school, or I might have thought I was done with school, but school is not done with me. And until I have that graduate degree, I cannot totally breathe easy. So, you know, there's going to be some of that in the future, but that's something that I'll work into my streaming schedule. I'm just knocking stuff down and making things a little bit easier for myself, and trying to make a commitment that I know I can keep. Because what I hate doing, and what really makes me depressed, right, is when I see that I've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then Friday on the schedule, and I like miss Wednesday, or like I tell you I'm gonna be there on Sunday and I'm not there on Sunday. Like I don't like that. I feel like I'm letting everybody down, and I don't want to do that. But sometimes I've just run into situations of not having enough energy, not having enough time, not being able to do what I need to do in order to take care of myself. Oh my god, thank you, Manup. That's exactly it. To take care of myself, I gotta do that first. That's my first and foremost duty. You're not gonna be teaching at Peterson Academy. I should. Would I be a good teacher? I feel like I got the glasses for it. I could kind of like look down my glass, you know, do this number. Like, are you doing your homework? Did you do the reading tonight, Dr. Peterson? I feel like you didn't do the reading. Oh my god, Cax Maroon! With the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, Link Retro, MH Nelson, Q the Demi Olympian, that's pretty cool. City of Doors, Uber Death Party. Whoa, just like knocked it out of the park already. Thank you so much. That hyper train is still going. And I didn't read off the first subs. Yeah, so we got Princess Monocle. I always want to call you Princess Mononocle. And I know that's not your name, it's Princess Monocle. Wait, is it? Princess Monocle, yeah. Monocle, not Mononocle. Mononocle would be two steps too far, but yeah, so Demian Sims got a tier 1 gift sub. Raven G 3226 got a gift sub. 6 Gorilla Flowers got a gift sub. Dr. Butler got a gift sub. Lynn MFD got a gift sub. Thank you, Cax Maroon, for all those gift subs. So I want to make sure to read them out, because sometimes the people that are the recipients of those, you know what? I've literally got to have this over here. Okay, wait, like this? Maybe? Can it hang out like that? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I gotta have my volume on point, but I also have to have, I want to have the mic out of the camera view, because it just looks messy otherwise. But yes, also thank you, Scientist, for the resub. Thank you, everybody, for supporting me. This is indeed my time of need. I think I can make it work, though. I gotta be honest with you, though. Yesterday, like, it was this, like, vicious cycle between watching what was going on the hill, right? And this time it wasn't even Bree. This time it was 100% Robbie, right? And what pissed me off about Robbie's take and Robbie's freak out, even though, like, I know this is Bree's game. Bree likes to debate you and get you to flip out. And Robbie flipped out, so mission accomplished, Bree, on that. But the thing that bugged me about it is that this is a freak out that, like, way too many people are gonna relate to. The freak out that Robbie had yesterday, and it's like that's the default opinion. That's the default opinion. Like, Ethan's getting cooked on Twitter. Maybe, is he getting cooked on Instagram? I feel like he's doing okay on Instagram, right? But he definitely got cooked on Twitter. He deleted, or he disabled his account on Twitter because he was getting cooked so hard, right? even though that's true, I mean, this is still the prevailing opinion in the United States of America that we stand with Israel no matter what the fuck they're gonna do to people in Gaza, and no matter what kind of, you know, dangerous right-wing policy we are endorsing. We're just gonna close our eyes and close our ears and just get on that Netanyahu train. Even though Israel's not on the Netanyahu train, that's what's so frustrating. A lot of Israelis get it. A lot of Israelis are not on board with this, right? But you don't hear that from the American news, right? If you listen to American news, you would think that they're all like signing off on, like, you know, whatever he wants to do in the settlements, whatever he wants to do in Gaza, all the things that are making Israel, people in Israel more, putting them in further danger, putting the world in danger, right? And the U.S. news acts like, you know, Israel's on board with this. Nobody's on board with this. This is the furthest right-wing government they've had, right? I mean, you can say what you will about their normal government, which is not great, but Netanyahu's like a whole nother level. And look, he might not hold on to his spot. Like, there's a lot of people in Israel that are not in favor with the authoritarian turn that he's been taking. So, but you wouldn't know it to watch, you know, American news, right? David Pakman, yeah, David Pakman is irritating. Listen, I am so embarrassed, right? Because look at this. You're seeing my tweet today, and if you can, right, the tweet is I've got the tweet pinned. If you could, I would appreciate some help blasting off with that tweet. We are live and alive. We want people to know that. We want new people to come in from Twitter and check out the stream and see how good it is, see what they were missing, see what they can't get anywhere else. But on the contrary, right, what you can get anywhere else is literally the main lineup. Now, we're going to talk about some other things, right? Obviously, we're going to talk about the future of the stream. We're going to get into that more. And I'm going to try to do our first, like, members only segment today. I've got a meeting, house meeting after this to decide the future of our apartment. Like, I live with 3 people, and yeah, Hype Train coming in at level 4, 27 complete. Thank you, Kexmarin, for all those gift subs. Thank you, Cyan and Princess Mononoke for getting us started. We've earned some new emotes, so there are now level 3 emotes in chat on the Twitch side. On the Twitch side, you see, this is what you're... Look, I've been told that Twitch... And look, I'm glad to see that we got both chats in chat, right? We're seeing both chats. I was worried yesterday because Twitch has changed they've changed their tune on some things. What I was doing was a little bit of a gray zone in terms of dual streaming, right? Like, they hadn't really made up their mind if they're gonna let people dual stream or not. They had this weird policy where they were like, yeah, if it's like TikTok or Instagram, but, you know, like, you could dual stream, but it was like a little iffy on YouTube. They've come out, they've unambiguously said, you can dual stream, but they got some caveats on that, and one of those caveats is they want the Twitch chat to be the main chat. They want the Twitch, you know, to be the main focus of the streamer, and you know, stuff like that. So I wasn't sure if they were doing something like passively aggressively, where they were like, yeah, you can't show both chats. We don't want you showing you can dual stream. Shaxby, NCC exclusive 24-hour Persona 2 dance party. I mean, that's what it's coming up to, right? But yeah, it turns out that I guess they weren't doing it. It's probably just my software that was doing it. I was afraid though, because like in the middle of the stream, YouTube chat stopped showing up, and I'm like, you know, I need both chats. Look, look, I'm a YouTube girl, but I'm also a Twitch girl. I can't. Don't make me decide. Yeah, thank you for the 300 bets, by the way, Shaxby, and welcome to the stream. We got so much to go over today. And we're gonna try that. We're gonna try doing a. We have done one. We have done one premium streamium before. It was. I just felt bad about it because I felt like I did it, and not a lot of people who had subs. So the premium streamium, the idea of that is that if you've got a sub on Twitch, if you've got a membership on YouTube, any kind of sub, any kind of membership. We're not trying to be super exclusive. This isn't a VIP club. This is a club, right? This is a club for growth. What am I saying? Why is it a club for growth? Because we need to grow. We need to grow. But the real club for growth is bad. Just, you know, anyway, the real club for growth is like a conservative political action committee. Anyway, why am I even talking about the Club for Growth? Yeah, the premium streamium thing. Here's what I want to do. All right, so I told you that you know it's gonna be my last stream. How do I explain that? In this current arrangement. I was gonna surprise you with this on Friday, but I saw too many people making sad eyes at me in the comments, right? When I posted that on YouTube, I had people crying, and it broke my heart. It really did. Because, like, I don't want to leave. and, like, I would miss you. And obviously a lot of you would miss me too. So, you know, that wasn't exactly the plan. But I did need to get everybody's attention for the reboot, because there might be a new channel. That's the big thing, okay? So that's why I want you to stick around till the very end. I'll talk more about the future plans. I'll talk more about, like, you know, what I am cooking, what I got cooking. And basically it is, like, to do less streaming so I have more time to do video essays. And video essays are the kind of videos on YouTube that can get 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 views and potentially bring a lot of new people into the community, which is exactly what we need, which is that growth, that blast off fuel that we need for basically for me to survive, right? I gotta do it. I gotta, you know, it's all on me to make that happen and to make that work, right? So I'm trying to, I knew that I could not go on as I had been going on, because it was doing my head in, and it was, yeah, I didn't have time to do the kind of content that I want to, which I do want to do some prepared content. I think I'm really good at that. I don't know if you know this, chat, but I used to be a writer. I am a writer. I'm a damn good writer, and as a damn good writer, I should be writing those damn good video essays, right? I just haven't not had time to do that. So here's my thinking, right? One stream a week is for everybody, right? Is like, you know, just like a stream, right? Another stream during that week is gonna be members only. And I'm thinking about talking about maybe the content that I do, maybe the video essays that I put out. Like, it'll be like, you know, if you've ever watched Abigail Thorne stream that she'll do a stream after she's put out a video. Now, Abigail Thorne, it's a big production. Like, she's an actress, right? She's you know, she's theatrical, she's got the costumes, she's got the, you know, she could do that stuff, right? Mine would be not as large production, hopefully happening more often. I would love to say that I can get you a video every week. I don't know if that's true yet, but I want it to be true. I need it to be true. And so that's why I'm thinking that this channel should be like the live channel. So when I say it's the last stream, it's probably the last stream as No Comment Chick. Maybe in the future it'll be called No Comment Chick Live, right? And that's because, you know, channels need to post the kind of content that you're gonna see on those channels, right? To pull in people that like that stuff and that want more of it, right? And so there's the people that want the streaming stuff, right? And then the people that want the video essay stuff might be a little bit different. Maybe some people like the streams, they don't like the video essays. Maybe some people like the video essays, they don't like the streams, right? But either way, they become aware of, like, yeah, I also do streaming. Yeah, I also do video essays, right? And potentially we have that potential for cross-pollination. So I'm really looking forward to this. I love essays. No essay check? Anna went on the PBD podcast. Yeah, so here's the other thing, okay? If you look at this, what I've got for you here today, the main things that I'm pitching, Hassan and Ethan, Anna Kasparian on the PBD podcast, it sounds a little bit like I'm ripping off the Vanguard. And I swear to God, I'm only ripping off the Vanguard a little, all right? I'll be completely honest, I didn't know about this Anna thing. I didn't know that Anna Kasparian was riding that birthing person pony. Once again, she got on the pony and she's, you know, she's on there, right? She found a right-wing podcast where she could complain about how she got canceled unfairly by the left and how everybody's, you know, purity testing or whatever the hell she wants to say, and they can console her and be like, it's much better on our side. And she's like, I'll get over there. I'm in the process of Rubening. You can't Ruben all at once. You gotta make sure to Ruben, like, titrate your Rubening. Yeah, so the Anna Kasparian is literally something I wouldn't have known about. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Gavin, for covering that. I know it looks like I'm ripping you off, but I honestly, you know, I was gonna cover the leftovers anyway, and the Anna Kasparian thing is just icing on the cake, right? You were just gonna get the leftovers, and now you're gonna get the dessert as well, which is Anna. Oh, speaking of which, right? Should I start off with something kind of different? Oh my god, well, I should start off by not getting myself in trouble with copyright. That's one thing that's for sure. Let's take a look over here, right? And also, yeah, remember, if you haven't liked the Twitter thread yet, that helps me out a lot. Also, what helps me out a lot is you liking the stream. It's the only gesture that you can give other than just watching my stuff, which you do anyway, which will give the algorithm the sense that they need to spread this to more people. The more you hit like, the more the algorithm spreads it. It's just like on it's just like liking the Twitter thread, right? The more likes that gets, the more retweets that get, the more people that see it, the more people potentially that didn't know what they were missing out on, and they will find out now. They will find out. They'll come in here and they'll see exactly what they were missing out on. And the same thing goes with YouTube. You are, by hitting that like button, I know it doesn't seem like much, but you could be pulling in new people, and I appreciate that so much. I appreciate all of you, and I want to be here for you, and so I gotta make sure I'm doing that in a sustainable way. I am sorry about like that there's like less streams per week. I wish that I could extend the week into like a 14-day, 18-day, 18-day weeks. We could have 18-day weeks. I could cover absolutely everything and have time to take care of everything in my life. Unfortunately, that is not how time works, but I love the community that I've built here. I love being able to get my opinions out there, and I really didn't like I didn't sleep very well last night because I felt bad about how I had left things. I knew that I had to do what I had to do. It's like kind of like your subconscious takes over and tells you, listen, you need everybody's attention to be on this new channel launch, right? If you're going to do the new channel launch, you got to get everybody in. How do you get everybody in? This might be the last stream, all right? And in a way, you know, it is. And in a way, that was definitely going through my mind. Like, I didn't know what I should do. I am legitimately worried about my financial situation. And I am legitimately worried about my ability to give you, because you're supposed to be getting, like, you know, if you're supporting me as a member, as a sub, you're supposed to be getting a sub or a member stream. And I just wasn't able to do that. I talk about video essays. I tease you with the video essays and they never come out. You know, that's not good either. So it was just like on my mind to try to, you know, to try to give you what you're here for a little bit better. Okay, so what do we have right here? We have Matt Walsh. Conservatives needed a new kids entertainment option. Now we have it. Am I gonna get my stream yanked for this? What do you think? You think the Daily Wire is gonna come for me? Okay, so right off the top, is this the right wing? Like Steven Universe? Like, what is this? This kind of looks like Steven. It looks like if you drew Stitch from Lilo and Stitch badly and then combined the model with Steven Universe, you'd get that. And if you were a conservative too, because you don't want to see Steven Universe's midriff, right? That's a little too much, you know, like that's we're not gonna have that in a kids program, right? You can't see the bejeweled midriff of Steven Universe because this is not that kind of show. So I don't know what we're doing. It's on a tire and it's got a knife in its hand. Like, what is it? Here, let's like take a little better look at this. Oh my god, Uber Death Party! Thank you for the subscription. That I'm not seeing, but I am seeing. Maybe that was some. Oh no, okay, so this is. There we go. This is what we missed. This is what we missed because I didn't have Twitch alerts on in the other. I was like, wait, is there another? These are just the subs from before. Yeah, again, thank you everybody who contributed that to that hype train. Means a lot to me, and really a little bit of peace of mind, to be honest. Like considering that I've just like I'm signing the lease on a slightly more expensive room than what I had. So scary stuff. But less scary considering that I have an entire community to fret about it too. Anyway, you know how that is though? Like when you if you got something that you're worried about and you don't talk to anybody about it, it's like it just festers, it smolders, it gets worse and worse. And like even if like you can't solve it just by talking to somebody else, you can make yourself at least feel better about it. Anyway, let's dive right into the content. See with how Matt Walsh is changing the cover. Let's speed him up too. Let's speed this guy up. I feel like I don't want to spend that long focused on Matt Walsh since we got so much other stuff to cover.
The single most common refrain you've heard from conservative politicians for generations since Eisenhower is that the news media has a left-wing bias. Long before Donald Trump went after fake news, Richard Nixon was telling his aides not to talk to the New York Times and the Washington Post. Newt Gingrich insisted that he didn't read.
Okay, I mean, this is true. This is true. Like, essentially, what Nixon did in terms of Watergate, in terms of dirty tricks, which, like, you know, you want to trace the Trump thing back to something, trace it back to Nixon. That's a pretty good you know, comparison. Obviously, you know, Trump's a lot worse than Nixon, but essentially what Nixon was trying to do was win an election through dirty tricks, because Nixon wanted to rat F his opposition. He wanted to control which Democrat he got to run against, right? To make sure he didn't run against the Democrat that he was more afraid of. So that's what Watergate was all about, right? So, like, yeah, Nixon and his White House did not like the fact that there was an objective, a somewhat objective, right? Because, you know, we're talking about the media. The media's always had its biases. The media's always been overall establishment. And by establishment, I mean like military industrial establishment. But there were little peaks and pokes, you know, when you had a conflict like Vietnam, where you actually had somebody stand up and say, the war is not going well, right? There's a lot that stinks to high hell about this war, including the way that it started. Read the message of Natalie. Wait, Shakespeare, I think you just outed me as a French speaker. Anna went on and helped fearmonger about trans kids being legitimately, oh no. We gotta make sure you're legitimately trans. Are you really legitimately trans? Or not? For 30 plus minutes? Oh my god, I don't know how long we're gonna be able to spend with her. We got a lot to cover, right? This is stuff I should have covered 8 days ago, apparently. The Romans did have an 8-day week. Interesting. Wait, there's another message of Natalie. I would have told you. I linked it in the Discord? Natalie's been trying to get my attention, and I've just been going off. Is Anna about her appearance on the PBD podcast this morning, where she spends 30 plus minutes? Oh, okay, so you retyped. Yeah. Oh my god, sorry, Natalie. Sorry, I'm so hard to get my attention. Like I said, if you really need to grab my attention, you can use the highlighted message function in Twitch, which hopefully I would see. I don't know. I'm pretty bad at noticing things this morning. Or you can do a super chat in on YouTube. That will literally, if you do a super chat, I have no choice but to listen to your message. You could literally say, like, Irene is a messy bitch on super chat, and a sassy British woman's voice would say, Irene is a messy bitch. So that's how powerful those super chats are. Nobody's used them since I changed that. But yeah, it actually reads out your message until we get a problematic message.
Letters to the editor in newspapers because the editors were all leftists. Bob Dole ignored questions about his views on tobacco because he didn't care what the, quote, liberal media thought. Republicans.
Oh yeah, so yeah, this is a thing. You know, they've been using this liberal media thing for a long time, and here's what it is, right? They don't like to be held accountable. They don't like an objective view on what they're doing. They want to be able to spin things, right? And sometimes when you try to spin Watergate, it's like most people that doesn't pass the sniff test, right? So the news media will call that out. When the Vietnam War is going badly, that doesn't pass the sniff test. So the news media will call that out, right? So what they've done instead is, like, I guess you could compare it to working the refs. This is a thing that happens in sports like basketball sometimes, where a player will complain about the referee's calls and insinuate that the referee's biased towards the other team in hopes of getting the referee to make some calls for their side just to kind of like even things out. That's exactly what the Republicans are trying to do. That's what Bob Dole wanted to do. That's what H.W. Bush wanted to do. George W. Bush didn't have much of a problem with that since the media was in line with him. You had the rally around the flagpole thing after 9/11. But yeah, this is something that the Republicans have sought after for a long time, and they finally kind of got it with Trump. They finally got enough of their base disconnected from any check on reality. And that's why you got weird stuff like people, you can literally go out there and find Trump supporters that say that Joe Biden is no longer alive, and that the person playing Joe Biden is James Woods, and somehow Trump is really in charge. I should be careful saying this because, chat, this is what got me my warning. Making fun of the Trump copium thing actually got me a warning from YouTube. They said I was doing election misinformation, even though what I was doing was making fun of election misinformation. Apparently, they cannot read sarcasm.
Have disparaged the media for so long because the media deserves it. The vast majority of news outlets in this country are corrupt and partisan, and everybody knows it on both ends of the political spectrum. So it's an easy target to hit over and over and over and over again. The problem with this approach isn't that it's wrong. I mean, it's correct. They're right about what they're saying about the news media. The problem is that it doesn't go nearly far enough.
Okay, I just told you that super chats worked, and right away, I'm glad we tested this. Thomas Jerome Newton with 2,200 CLP. Department of Dirty Tricks. There we go.
Thomas Jerome Newton super chatted $2.43. The Department of Dirty Tricks, literally.
There we go. Okay, so it does work. They just wanted to make fun of me even more. Okay, so it's just like slow is all. Yeah, if you super chat, you will get your message read by a sassy British voice. She might read it kind of slow.
It doesn't come close to addressing the extent of the bias, the ideological capture in American media. Yes, corporate news media is propaganda from the New York Times to NBC to CNN and the Washington Post and so on. We know that. But the news media is just part of a much, much larger issue. What conservatives almost never talked about for decades is that this bias also exists in other forms of media, where it is in fact much more insidious and harmful. And most notably,
anti-corporatist raid incoming. Wait, what's going on? Have we got a YouTube raid incoming? Or is this more memes that I'm unfamiliar with? I'm looking to rent a new place. Oh, so more people are, yeah. More square feet, but this housing market is out of control. Yeah, it is. It really is. Fascist copying our anti-establishmentarian homework as usual. Yeah, because like that's what I was saying, is that there is a bias in the news media. It's not a liberal bias. So it's a, like I said, it's a capitalist bias. I mean, you could call it a liberal bias, you know, if you want to use the term liberal correctly, which we don't do in America. Liberal doesn't mean liberal in America. People think that liberalism is the opposite of conservatism when it's really just another form of conservatism.
In children's programming. You know, that's a much bigger deal than bias in mainstream news coverage for reasons that should be obvious. Adults who are the primary audience for news coverage have more mature brains than children. At least some of us do. They're generally capable of recognizing propaganda when they see it, or they should be capable of it anyway. But
well, we got some propaganda that your kids will definitely not recognize, right? Just like my Johnny, okay. The Johnny the Walrus thing. See the behind him? Do we all know what this is? This is Matt Walsh's children's book. LGBT children's author Matt Walsh wrote a book called Johnny the Walrus, which is basically a transphobic screed. It is supposed to be some kind of an analogy or allegory to what's wrong with being trans, and that it's just like if a kid said they want to be a walrus and the mom takes the kid to the doctor and is like, all right, we're going to turn your hand into a flipper, Johnny. And Johnny's like, no, I don't really want the hands into flippers. They're like, oh, too bad. You said you wanted to be a walrus. You're going to be a walrus now. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But like, unironically, this is how effed up I am, right? Like, if he made a cartoon of Johnny the Walrus, I would watch it.
Children, for the most part, don't have that ability. If Nickelodeon bombards
I need to develop better mental health habits, don't I, chat?
them with non-binary characters, and if Disney hits them with
the baby doll. Is the baby still there? Oh, he took the baby away. He got embarrassed by his sweet baby gang.
not-so-secret gay agenda, which they've...
Especially after his diaper tape. Do people know about Matt Walsh's diaper tape? His diaper tape came out, so he didn't want to show off the baby after that.
It is their goal, then kids are totally vulnerable to it. They're helpless. And also on top of that, entertainment, as opposed to news media, burrows deeper into the human soul and psyche. It can shape you in ways that a CNN news segment simply cannot, much to CNN.
I just imagine Matt Walsh like burrowing, like trying to snuggle into my blankets with. Oh my god, it's disturbing, chat.
And chagrin. Conservative politicians and other thought leaders somehow rarely seem to notice this problem
Yes, exactly, Natalie.
for a long time. With very few exceptions, they didn't say much about it. But parents all over the country have been aware of what's going on
Wait, what's Davy and Goliath?
for a while. And that became especially clear to me a couple of weeks ago when I decided to do a monologue opening the show about LGBT propaganda in the show Paw Patrol, which is one of the most popular
Oh no! Oh no! Do we have to watch that? Do we have to? Is there another video? He went off on Paw Patrol? I mean, I knew this was kind of like that, but oh my god.
television shows for children. And I went into some detail about Paw Patrol's newest writer, who's this creepy activist who makes sing-songy videos for kids about abortion and transgenderism.
I am imagining like somebody singing to the tune of Baby Shark, like get an abortion, do, transition, do. Dude, I don't know.
You know, often in the past, when I have led the show with a topic like that, instead of, say, the war in Ukraine,
Oh, that's the original Moral Oral.
or now the war in Israel, or the 50th Trump indictment, or whatever,
Oh, Moral Oral was, wait, somebody explain Moral Oral to me. That wasn't the original?
typically there's been some backlash. You can usually count on a few people, or more than a few, to say that it's a silly topic and that grown men shouldn't pay attention to children's shows anyway. And of course, the left always says that because they don't want you talking about what
But Davy and Goliath is basically what Moral Oral is based on?
they're doing to children. They recognize how important it is. They pretend that they don't because they don't want you to notice. But historically, this has been the response from the right as well. There have always been, a decent number of conservatives who just don't want to hear about any topic that isn't a headline on cable news.
Matt, okay, I shouldn't be giving you good advice, but these people are your friends. They are trying to save you from becoming a lol cow, sir. These people are, they're doing right by you, Matt. They're trying to save you from yourself.
And meanwhile, their children, their
A
own
little transgenderism, a little transgenderism, I
children
don't know
are being
what that
shaped
voice
and
is.
changed and transformed in front of them,
Into lobsters. No,
under their nose, while they're only paying attention to whatever Fox News is talking.
that's the Jordan Peterson children's book.
Now, this time, though, the reaction was very different from the norm. I'm not going to go through all the comments that listeners or readers left about that monologue. You can read them yourself if you like on the Daily Wire website. But the consensus was pretty much unanimous. People are completely fed up with the endless stream of propaganda that corporate media is directing at their children in the form of these kid shows. It's not just Paw Patrol. I mean, it's everywhere. It's everything. There were hundreds of comments along these lines. And many of them specified specific shows that have begun shoehorning left-wing agenda items into their plot lines. A lot of shows that I've never heard of because, as I've said before, the vast majority of children's programming has just been ruled out completely in my house, either because it is left-wing garbage or because it's just garbage, period. It's terrible quality, and it'll make my kids dumb.
Like, yo, I want somebody to try to get like video games in his kids' hands, like, right? Like, what would he say if his kids were playing like Kingdom Hearts, or like, I mean, first of all, they wouldn't be playing Kingdom Hearts because that's freaking old school by now. Okay, so
QIA characters in our stories, and
What's
yet we
this?
don't have true. And I realized, oh, it actually is true. We have many LGBTQIA characters in our stories, and yet we don't have enough leads.
We don't have enough. It's never enough. Nothing is ever gay enough for these people.
it's not gay enough, Matt. In fact, you could use some gaying up, Matt. Put some glitter in that beard for. It's 2023, Matt. You need to glitter your beard. You're not manscaping correctly. You're gonna get canceled. So I guess that was like a Disney official saying that like representation isn't enough if all the representation is doing is slotting like LGBT and marginalized characters into the wingman roles, into the into the ancillary roles on the show. That you should have some leads too. Okay, that makes sense, but yeah, apparently Matt's not feeling it.
Especially this woman who claimed to have one child who is, quote, pansexual and another who identifies as, quote unquote, transgender.
Pansexual? Okay, is that a thing? Sound drop, not gay enough. I know we need that. Oh yeah, you're right. We should record that. I want to hear him say not gay enough again.
Nothing is ever gay enough for these.
Nothing is ever gay enough. Yes. Here, let me put it on there so that if anybody wants to make a clip and help me get that not gay enough for our soundboard, because I feel like we could use a Matt Walsh sound.
It's never enough. Nothing is ever gay enough for these people, especially
Not for me. Not for me, Matt. Nothing is ever gay enough for me. That's true.
posts on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate with
Yo. People watch the ZipRecruiter ad? Okay, that's weird. Okay, so we're this is gonna be the cartoon.
our plans to invest a minimum of $100 million over the next 3 years into a line of live action and animated children's entertainment. And with that decision, the Daily Wire
How about some claymation? Does anybody do claymation? What's up, Hyomandra? Does anybody do claymation? Oh yeah, I want to mention one thing though about the super chats, right? It is $9.99 and above, and I did that for a specific reason, and that is because I don't want somebody coming in here and being like N-word, 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 right? And I figure if I put it up to $9.99, I don't think that it's gonna be worth it to anyone to grief my stream like with anything like offensive or TOS or whatever. So that is one stipulation. I just don't want people to think that like to do super chats and think that they're gonna get them read. So the $9.99 and up ones get read by the sassy British voice, the sassy British AI voice, and the rest of them I will read out myself, actually, if they are not the N-word.
became the only major media company that has ever decided to do anything
I need an obvious lie from Doom Chat.
about the wholesale, all-encompassing left-wing bias
Never done claymation or roto, but you've done rotoscoping. Rotoscoping is pretty cool. No, but like, here's what I had in my mind, right? Oh my god, I was like, I want to see like CGI that looks like claymation.
that has now infected every aspect of children's media. Yesterday, we delivered on that promise. On the 100th anniversary of the day Walt Disney founded his company, the Daily Wire launched BentKey, which is a brand new company with its own app. You can go on your Apple TV, Google Play, Roku, Fire Stick, and download it right now. There's 150 episodes available at the moment. New ones coming out every Saturday morning as we
Wait, is BentKey the show or is BentKey the platform?
resurrect the Saturday morning cartoon that many of us grew up with. There's even a new live-action Snow White movie coming from BentKey featuring our very own Brett Cooper, which will actually respect and stay faithful
Oh god, yeah, I gotta cover this too. The Brett Cooper Snow White. It's gonna stay faithful. It's good. We're gonna keep. Yeah, make Snow White white again. That's what this guy's selling you. That's what this guy's selling. Like, yeah, that's the.
to the original fairy tale. And of course, with all due respect to Brett Cooper, the biggest news, I think, is that I make a key cameo appearance in one of our new animated children's shows called Chip Chilla.
Okay,
I play a talking dinosaur toy,
of course you do. Wait, are you ripping off Toy Story?
and this is incredible footage as well. Watch this.
Incredible footage. Whoa. Okay. Look, is it just me or are they ripping off Steven Universe? Oh my god, they are showing midriff though. That is a midriff shirt. Are they ripping off Steven Universe? I feel like they are. It's a ripoff of Bluey.
Detecting nothing of interest on this planet.
You got that
That's him. That's our boy. That's big baby Matt.
right, Brontor. No way I will
Put a diaper on him though.
find anything valuable around here.
I shall defeat Captain Bronto, for he is weak, and I am less weak.
Wait, no, he's not the Ronto. He's the purple dinosaur. Who's doing Ronto?
Anything valuable around here.
I shall defeat Captain Bronto, for he is weak, and I am less weak.
Captain Ronto, you're really.
Detecting nothing of interest on this planet.
Okay, so that's somebody else, and that's I get it. So the rabbit grandpa doesn't like this.
Wow. What a staggering and beautiful performance by me. I only have one line, but I deliver it with such skill and force and artistry that it practically brings you to tears. This is
It practically puts a diaper on that action figure for me, and a beard too.
what many people are saying anyway. At least it's what I said when I watched that episode with my kids
It looks like it was made by. Wait, is TV Funhouse the Saturday Night Live thing?
last night. And I'll be honest that my daughter talked over my line, so I had to rewind
That's him, Daymal. That's him.
it and play it again and say, everyone be quiet for a second. Listen to this. To make sure everyone heard it. Nobody in my living room reacted very much or seemed overly impressed with my performance. But that's
If your kids are over like 5 years old, yeah, that's not for them.
because they were stunned into silence. I asked if they wanted to go back and watch the scene again. They said no, they wanted to watch another episode. Probably because the performance was so powerful that they couldn't emotionally cope with witnessing it again.
That's it. Okay. So Do we have to take a look at this really quick? I guess we do. Matt Walsh, Paw Patrol, and then we'll do. We should do Anna first and then Ethan. I said that weird. Reviewing woke TV shows with Matt Walsh, part 2. What? Yo! 2 years ago. Okay. So he reviewed like Steven Universe. Damn. And now he's doing the Proud Family. Is that's your woke TV show? What about the Blue's Clues? Okay, anyway, we'll worry about that later. Maybe if somebody wants to send me that in Discord, I will take a look at that. That I would love to. In fact, I almost want to see what he has to say about Steven Universe, right? I gotta know, especially since they're ripping off Steven Universe so hard and so poorly. Okay, so we got Matt Walsh. So we gotta move on. We gotta keep on moving. We gotta keep it moving. If I'm gonna do the premium streamium at the end of that's your reason. If you are a member, if you are a sub, if you are a Patreon, right? We're gonna try to get them all in there. Everybody that's donating on a monthly basis is gonna get to hang out in the premium streamium. And I want to do one of these every week. I want to make sure to do one of these every week. So Joe Rogan, Anna Kasparian, nope. PBD. When did she talk to Joe Rogan? 9 years ago. Oh, that was before everybody had figured out that Joe Rogan was. So yeah, obviously you might have seen this already on Zach and Gavin this morning. I was actually in there, and this is where I became aware that this was a thing. Even though apparently I could have just looked in my Discord and people were talking about this, right? Yeah, thank you everybody who's contributing to stream suggestions. That is an amazing resource for keeping me apprised of things that I might not be aware of. This is the PBD podcast. What is his name? Paul Bet David. Paul Bet David. He's talked to Jink. He's talked to Jordan Peterson. He's talked to Tim Pool. He's talked to Sam Cedar. He's a right-wing guy. He talks to people from all over the spectrum, including right-wingers like Anna Kasparian. And, we got to look into this guy's background because I am told, right, not confirmed, but worth looking into. This guy used to be into multi-level marketing, right? Is that true? Timestamp for the trans topic? Yes. Natalie, you are so on this. Even when I'm not. Even when I'm not, chat is keeping me on task here. Let's let that go. I can never figure out what the timestamps are going to be because it's in like number of seconds, right? And I can't convert it into minutes in my head, but there we go. Yeah, right at oh yeah, that's so yeah. I think the because I remembered that the Vanguard started right around 33, but I guess the trans stuff starts a little bit earlier. So thank you, Natalie. I wouldn't have watched these 2 or 3 minutes in the beginning if I was just going off what I saw on. But yeah, like I said, look, you might have seen this already on the Vanguard. I think that I might be able to offer a different perspective, like right, a complementary perspective to what the Vanguard saw, what they noted, what they talked about. I think that it's worth me because this is just too on point as far as like this is my beat, this shit right here.
Anna Kasparian doubles down after, this is earlier, this is like 6 months ago, after bashing trans
Great microphone, though.
Inclusive term birthing person as degrading to women.
Thomas Jerome Newton super chatted $2.43. He used to interview criminals as
never
model
mind.
Cios.
Apparently everybody who super chats is. I need to fix that just to make sure that we don't get griefed. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome. This is more information about PBD. He used to interview criminals as model CEOs. I mean, that is true. That is kind of what they're looking for, right? Those antisocial characteristics will work perfectly in the business world or as a police officer.
Okay, now somebody's gonna be like,
she found her safe place. Now, as I compliment him on his mic, I do have to say that the this is not professional audio. This is way too quiet for YouTube, but whatever.
well, wait a minute. Anna would never. Is this the same Anna from Young? That's not possible. that can't be. This is a mistake. This is a fake story, right? She would never debate birthing person. She should be okay with that, but no.
Debate birthing person. So just to reorient us, what is birthing person? Why does Anna talk about this? It's an inclusive term that is used mostly in healthcare, right? To describe not women. It is not a synonym for women, which is what Anna takes it as. Birthing person means a person that has the capacity to give birth. So, you're talking about some cis women, but not all cis women. You're talking about non-binary people, some non-binary people, but not all non-binary people. You're also talking about trans guys, right? And the reason we use this is when we want to discuss childbirth. It is not a term designed to reduce women to the biological function of reproduction, which not all women have. It is not a politically correct term that we substitute because we're some kind of like gender abolitionist gone wrong, and we're afraid of referring to terms like men and women. That is a like 1990s level chud take, okay? That's not, you don't even hear that much from like, this is old school, right? This whole thing of like all the politically correct terminology, we can't use, this term, we got to say, right? It's like, this is something that like, this is something that my uncle would bitch about, right? This is not something that Anna Kasparian should even be in her mind, but here it is.
Progressive media host Anna Kasparian stood firm in her criticism of the term birthing person as
leftist audio,
degrading to women. She responded to backlash with humor, stating, laughing out loud, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild, and emphasized her refusal to apologize, saying, I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological.
But Anna, if we don't know about your, I don't know, like, right? If we don't know about your reproductive status, why would we use that term for you? It wasn't meant for you. It wasn't addressed to you. Nobody came up to you while you're jogging on the street and said, hey, Anna Kasparian, you freaking birthing person. You birthing person, because that's all you're good for. That's not how the term gets used.
Woman who has had the effing lifetime of being told
Can y'all hear PBD okay? I feel like his audio is garbage. I feel like he needs to be turned up.
Less than. Some progressive criticized Kasparian for her stance, comparing her to J.K. Rowling and accusing her of
in the way that she doubles down, right? Because honestly, if this was a misunderstanding, right? If it was like this, like here's a different scenario, okay? Anna Kasparian, I don't like being called birthing person, other person, trans person. Oh, well, that's good because, I wouldn't refer to you as that. That's specifically meant to refer to people, not just women. That's why we use the term person, not woman, who have the capacity to give birth. And Anna Kasparian, frankly, I don't know about your capacity. You could have, you could have had, you could have had your tubes tied for all I know. I don't want to assume that about you. I don't know that you're a birthing person. That's why it wasn't directed to you, because it wouldn't make sense, right? In fact, in general, it's not directed at an individual. It's used in a medical scenario to, to talk about people who have the capacity for pregnancy and childbirth, right? That's what it's useful for too. And then Anna could have just said, oh, I didn't know that. It sounded like some right-wing garbage that I'd heard where they were trying to pare women down to the like being like axolotl tanks, being like, the women's function was to give birth, and like, oh yeah, no, that's not what it means. And like, haha, big misunderstanding, hugs, right? It could have ended in hugs. It could have ended in hugs. But that's not what Anna wanted out of this. Anna wanted to farm drama from trans people, right? I'm not against trans people, but I just find them really useful to dunk on by purposefully misinterpreting inclusive language that has a utility, right? If you want to talk about people who have the capacity for pregnancy and you use the word woman, you are going to you are not talking about all the people that have that capacity, and you're also talking about people who don't have that capacity, i.e. somebody that's had their tubes tied, right? Is not a birthing person.
Of bigotry. Transgender activists clarified that the term birthing person was not used to describe individuals.
Did you see the cat ears redeemed? No, I did not.
A woman, but rather to include
I think I have some cat ears
trans
here.
men and non-binary people in discussions about pregnancy. So I listened to this. I'm like, okay, if a person doesn't know you, but they know of you and you're with Young Turks, or typical criticism in my Armenian community circle. I'll just kind of, it's not like you
Now
don't.
here's my question for you, chat. I am pretty sure that Anna understands what this term means. I think she pretends not to because it's better for engagement. It's better for farming drama. It's better for punching left to build up her right-wing bona fides.
Don't know it.
Also, something that I have never understood, like, what is behind them? What is this behind them? It looks like, let's see, like a PO box maybe, or like one of those little gym lockers where you can put your wallet and stuff in there while you work out, or what else would it be? Yeah, there's keys in here. But then well, no, maybe some of them have more than one signature. Like, did he just happen to get like an old post office box, or like what is the purpose for this? A PO box for drug deliveries. It's a finance show? What? Is there a reason that they have that? It's a banking vault. Yo! He bought a banking vault. This guy is Scrooge McDuck.
How could she work with the guy that said such
Skating rink lockers, yeah.
such about Armenian genocide? Okay, cool. I've heard that a million times. She's a socialist, Bernie Sanders.
It's really funny because if you really wanted to have a problem with Young Turks, if you wanted to dunk on a formerly left-wing outlet, maybe still a left-wing outlet to somebody like Patrick Bet David, for not living up to their like woke credentials, like, the fact that they kept the name the Young Turks despite the fact that it literally refers to the group that enacted the Armenian genocide, that would be a good dunk. But instead he's like, what, the Young Turks? You're gonna like I'm trying to think of an example, like literally naming your podcast after a group that enacted a genocide. That's what you're doing. And look, if you want to say that, like, when Jink started it up, he didn't. No, he's got, if of all the people, right? Other people might be, people who are not Turkish might be able to say, I just thought a Young Turk was like somebody that was like an insurgent, like new blood, new ideas. They're the young kid on the block. And that's us because we were young at the time. And that's why I call my podcast that. I didn't realize it meant all this, right? Somebody could say that if they, but Jink absolutely knows what the historical reference is. He's got to know what the historical reference is, right? And like, I'm told that at the time, he didn't believe that the Armenian genocide happened. Now later he's come to change his, mind on that. And my understanding is that, if you are educated in Turkey, you might be taught genocide denial on that issue, right? So, like, I mean, I guess it's understandable on some. I'm trying to be really gracious here. I think I'm being too gracious, right? But you could understand it a little bit more if somebody named their podcast that, right? Thinking that it's just an irreverent, moniker. And then you later find out that, like, actually for a lot of Armenian people, that's a hurtful name. And that you say, okay, geez, we should probably call ourselves something else. Or even didn't KFC do this? KFC is no longer Kentucky Fried Chicken. Now, it's not for any like woke reason. It's not for any political reason, right? They changed the company's branding from being Kentucky Fried Chicken to being KFC. They're literally just called KFC now. I guess they could have done that too. I mean, that's still a reference to, that, but maybe if you recognize that there's a problem with that, then you change it to TYT at the very least. But they didn't do that. They didn't do any of that, right? And I guess because there's so much, he used to deny the Armenian genocide, apparently. And you're gonna hear, she's gonna talk about this. She's gonna talk about her decision to join a show named after the perpetrators of the.
Okay, she's a Trump. What's the TDS? Whatever the
derangement syndrome.
Yeah, she's part of. She's this. She's that. Okay, that's the criticism.
Kemal Ataturk is kind of a big thing to Turks, like Dracula to Romanians, or Perón to Argentinians.
When friends are talking, I say, okay, cool. But then this kind of brings it out to like, no, she is actually not wanting to be bullied and categorized and cornered, to have to agree with everything that's taking place. So you're almost experiencing a little bit of what Trump experienced as an individual, that they're now.
Look, if a bunch of people ran circles around Anna, and they were like, "Nana, nana, boo, boo, you're a birthing person. Ha, 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 ha. Your only meaning in the society is your capacity to give birth." Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, you could say, like, yeah, she doesn't deserve to be bullied like that. That's what bullying would look like in the context of birthing persons. That's not what's happening, though. Anna's not being bullied. Anna is the bully.
Attacking you.
Yeah.
And you've been for some of these guys, but now they're coming after you. So do you kind of see yourself saying, look, I don't know if I'm.
Like, I was hanging around with this trans chick, and I thought we were cool. And then all of a sudden, she, like, insisted that I use the right pronouns for her. I don't want to be bullied like that. I want to be able to misgender you freely. Like, why would you bully me by insisting on that I use the pronouns that you go by?
Either I'm not the Anna of who I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Maybe I'm also maturing with some of my policies.
That's maturing.
Maybe, or growing with some of my policies. Or
Yo, I feel like the right wing does have a problem with maturity. It's a little ironic. It's a little ironic coming from them.
Or no, I'm not the
She's so brave, right?
Democrat of 3 years ago or socialist of 5 years ago. I'm also evolving today. What's going on with your transition?
Oh my god, I almost hit the wrong button. I almost shut down OBS. That would have really made people confused. Wait, is she quitting? Is she quitting? Wait a minute. Here's what I was trying to do. What's going on with your transition? Tell us, Anna, what's going on with your transition?
Well, hold that thought for a second, because I'm going to answer that question.
Please.
But
She's either a dipshit or a bad faith actor. Everyone reached out to her in good faith, and she ignored them. In her mind, people were saying that she's less of a woman. Oh, wait, does she? So is she not a birthing person then? Is she literally, like, does that term literally not refer to, like, see, I wasn't aware of that. Thank you, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you for the 100 biddies. No, the right wing has a problem with reality. True. Reality and its famous leftist Marxian bias, right? My curtain just fell down again. Wait, now I'm worried about my curtain. And by curtain, I mean my green screen. No, it looks okay. It looks okay. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome to the stream. That's what it seems like. Yeah.
before I do, I want to address one other thing, which is how much of a badass I am. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because I single-handedly persuaded the most well-known Turkish American, Cenk Uygur.
I really wish she'd say the most well-known genocide denier, Cenk Uygur, but no, she's not going to say that. She's not going to say that. She talks about it. She claims that a doctor called her a birthing person to her face. Wait, no, so wait, what's the deal? Like, is there actually like a thing where she, like, because I know that she's like, she not, antinatalist is the wrong word for it, right? Antinatalist implies that you think that, you know, given the current situation, you don't think people should be having kids, right? Is that what antinatalist isn't just like, I don't want to have kids. It's like people shouldn't have, right? Is that what antinatalism is? So what's the word for what she is? Because she's not that. She is of the mindset that she herself and her partner don't want to have kids. She doesn't want to have kids herself. So, but yeah, so I mean, so she's saying that this happened to her in a medical scenario. And look, here's the deal. I'm your doctor, all right? Imagine. Okay. Dr. Geller like comes in and says, "Hi, Anna. Um, he's not just gonna be like, are you a birthing person? But I don't know Anna. I've got, what Anna filled out in her paperwork. It might include her, ability or lack thereof to get pregnant and to give birth. It might not. Or it might contain that information, and I might be a good doctor who wants to double check, right? So maybe even before I ask, a question that, has to do with pregnancy or something, I want to determine, is this a person who is capable of giving birth, or like, might there be more in her background that I need to know? Like, right? I don't know Anna's gender identity. I don't know, what anatomy that Anna has. I don't know, what kind of medical procedures she might have had, right? There's a lot that I don't know about her. So as a way of just cutting through all the garbage, I ask, are you a birthing person? She's like, what's that? And I say, well, a person that has the capability of giving birth, right? Because I don't know. It makes sense, right? In that setting, it makes sense.
On his show,
and what she's really about, because like, right, it doesn't hurt Anna to be called a birthing person if she doesn't like that term, right? At the most, she's like, oh, it's kind of politically correct, don't you think? Right? At the most, that's the impact that it has. It mildly annoys her, right? She wants people to change it so that somebody who maybe I, as the doctor, come in, and if you the gender identity that I assume for the person, for my patient, is actually wrong, right? And maybe I order some labs that are unnecessary. Best case scenario, worst case scenario, I order a procedure that's not necessary. We don't want to run into that, right? And we also don't want to like put you through, too many questions, right? I don't know. It's just like, it's not.
Multiple times acknowledge the Armenian genocide. I did that. Okay. I could have just given him the middle finger and said, you're a Turk. I don't work for Turks.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a job with the Trump White House, and I'm going to get Donald Trump to say trans women are women. An
Armenian. And
if I had told him to F off and that I didn't like his administration, I didn't like what he did, I didn't like the fact that he tried to hold on to power even after he'd been defeated in an election, I would have lost that. Trump never would have said trans women are women, but I got him to say that trans women are women. That was me. I'm the badass, okay?
Would have just demonized him for what he wrote when he was literally in college. He was a dumb college student who had a lifetime of Turkish propaganda in his head about the Armenian genocide. And I decided, no, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to persuade him of what the actual truth is. And I did that.
So if you get a job offer from the Ku Klux Klan, and you're thinking, I don't agree with racism, maybe you should take that job opportunity after all and go in there and be the voice of reason. You're going to change things from the inside. That's what, just like Anna Kasparian, she's a badass. I want to be just like her when I grow up.
And I give myself a lot of credit. No one else.
Am I describing Trump or Jink? I guess it could be either.
Does. Armenians don't. But I'm going to give myself credit because persuading people, doing the hard work of persuading people, that takes effort, that takes strength. And we don't have a lot of
making yourself into a doormat, right? And letting somebody who's literally denying like a genocide that happened to, people that you're related to, right? That's an important skill, and not everybody's willing to do that work. Yo, she's still getting shit on in this chat. She's still getting. There's still people that just hate TYT because they've always hated TYT.
That in America right now. We have a lot of crying and whining.
Yeah, racism is bad, but how much do they pay? What is their healthcare plan like? If the racists have a good healthcare plan, they can't be all bad. They believe in paid leave.
about people not agreeing with each other, and then everyone goes off.
I would call Anna an anti-homeless person. Yeah, you'd be right. TYT is such a joke. We need actual progressive news station. That we do. And look, like, you know, you heard it earlier from the Disney representative on Matt Walsh. We need representation in our media, right? Because there's a difference between somebody that's a trans ally and that might make a few mistakes, but if you let them know, they're going to have a different response to Anna, because there's a lot of people that fit into that category. There's a lot of people that, you know, if you say birthing person and ask them what it describes, they're not necessarily going to think to mention, like, you know, trans men could be, you know, so that some trans men are birthing people. But you know, if you tell them about that, they'll be like, oh, that makes sense. They'll have a different reaction. They're not going to be like, oh, you're just trying to get me to go along with your woke agenda. You're everything that makes the left not work, right? We're supposed to be reaching out to people, and instead you're policing me, you're thought policing me, you're, you know, everything, like, right, you're bullying me into going along with your terminology, right? Even with people who aren't like Anna. Right? And you, like, they have a place in the left. Of course, they have an easy road to the left. I don't have to tell you that straight cis guys have a place in the left, because they've already taken a pretty prominent place. I would say a disproportionately prominent place according to the actual demographics of the left itself. Right? We don't have a problem with that. What we have a problem with is trusting marginalized people to represent their own issues. So somebody that really gets it, somebody that really understands what this terminology is about and who it affects, right? There's not enough of that. There's not enough respect for that. There's too much complacency with the, you know, with the left that we've got in terms of, you know, the established people, and not enough with building up leftist media operations that aren't, you know, white, cis, straight, male based, right?
Their own corner. Everyone takes their ball and they go home. Okay. So to answer your question, you are correct. I do not like to be bullied or pressured into saying things.
But if you don't like to be bullied, does that make you a snowflake? Are you being a bit of a snowflake? Anna, are you being a little bit soy? You know, like, right, it's facts don't care about your feelings, right? I get that when you're bullied, that you have an emotional reaction, but that's not really what's important in the light of the facts and the logic, right? You should be, you're being a little bit of a snowflake, Anna.
Believing things that I do not believe. I find...
Oh my God, Bad Lefty, yes, press that like button. Seriously, that helps me out a lot. I'm glad you remembered to remind me about that. I think Anna has been reading Jordan Peterson. Jules, I think you're dead on there. I think I think, yeah. I would be so surprised if she's not.
That terminology, degrading. Okay? That I personally, because
she's like, I don't like getting bullied. I like being the bully.
I'm not a birthing person. Okay? I'm a woman.
What's wrong with being called a birthing person?
Well, first of all, not all.
See, I literally don't know if she is or if she isn't, right? I know that she doesn't want to have kids. But I don't know if she has, like, the, you know, capacity, you know, to become pregnant, which is generally what somebody's asking you about. If you're asked about, are you a birthing person in a medical situation? And I kind of don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's more likely to be like on a forum or something like that. I don't know.
All women.
And it's not really for you, right? It's for the person that has the capacity to give birth, but that walks into the doctor's office. And the doctor, even if, you know, the doctor is someone like me, even if the doctor's trans, might not right off, like, you know that about the person. And that's why those questions get asked, right? And that's why they get asked in that way, because it's a little bit less, like, intrusive than some of the other ways that you could literally do an inventory and be like, which of these organs is in your body right now, right? And is intact, and, right, you know, you could ask it that way. Most people don't really like that. So, you know, if inclusive language, like birthing person, that is known by people that are part of that group and might not be assumed to be part of that group, like, is actually very helpful. It's just that it's not for you, Anna. This is like, it's not your birthday. It's not your birthday cake. We're not like really thinking about you. You're gonna be fine. You know, ostensibly, this is You see, she can't get out. She can't step out of her own experience. That's what's so frustrating about her.
Even have the capacity to get pregnant. So it's degrading to them to be essentially.
Okay, so she just turned it around. She just turned it around and said, I am actually more liberal than you. Right? She just told us as it, like, this is the argument this is part of the argument people have been making at her for 6 months, right? Is that some people who are women, myself included, cannot give birth. True. That's part of the reason this terminology exists. But she still wants to fucking play with us and act like that we've just come up with a politically correct replacement for woman because somehow the phrase woman offends us. Anna, I'm a woman, okay? I got no problem calling myself that. In fact, I have a problem if somebody has a problem calling me that, okay? We're not trying to get rid of like gender, right? And anybody who puts it like that, of like, you know, we really need to move to a post-gender kind of framework, you know, it's representing gender abolition in a bad way. It's not about taking away people's gender. It's about that's why I call it gender liberation. It makes a little bit more sense than abolition. We're not trying to take anything away from somebody. If somebody wants to identify, you know, as a man or a woman, like that's, you know, that's fine. But at the same time, can I tell somebody that they have to identify as a man or a woman? Feels a little bit intrusive. Maybe I should think twice before I do that. But no, not go on, Anna.
Have their womanhood questioned if like
I'm a
they're
badass,
not
thank you.
point.
unable, if they're unable to have kids to begin with. But also, I mean, look, this is the thing that annoys me about this entire issue and conversation, because they'll turn around and they'll say, no one's calling you a birthing person. Okay, does someone need to call an individual who finds
what? Birthing person may refer to. Okay, so it could mean like an association, an occupation associated with childbirth. So you're a physician, you're a midwife, you're a doctor, or you're a nurse that is, you know, that works in maternity, right? Makes sense, right? Mothers, exclusively to birth mothers and not adoptive mothers. I've never heard it. Religion. Okay, so wait, they got this like highlighted. Denominations use the phrase birthing person to refer to the work of the Holy Spirit or a particular ministry as new people are evangelized and born again. So if I'm an evangelical preacher, if I'm some kind of evangelical, like, right, that's a birthing person. A creation myth may also involve spiritual entities such as Mother Goddess birthing people into the world. So, see also breeder slang. So that's what Anna's trying to go for. Oh my God, I didn't even realize it. So you know about the term breeder? Has everybody heard? Have people heard of the term breeder before? Like, some queer people used to, maybe still do, refer to straight people as breeders. And it is I guess it's dismissive slang, right? But it's a marginalized group dismissing the group in power. It literally comes from, like, you know, these are the people that I've been pushed around by all my life. Not all straight people, but some straight people. And so, yeah, it's just a, you know, kind of snarky thing to say when you're describing heterosexuals, right? So, you know, listen, heterosexuals, unfortunately, you've got a lot of words for us. This is a word that some queer people came up with for you. So forgive me if I don't like, you know, cry tears of sorrow over the fact that you might have in like 1995 gotten called a breeder, right? I feel like this is kind of dated too. But is that what they're gonna go with? This is gay people being mean? Like that you were calling her a breeder? Is that what she thinks?
The N-word offensive.
God, okay, no. She did not just refer to, like, look, do you see what this leads to? I could take offense at any term that mainly applies to, I could take offense to, like, any term and just basically say, well, like, I don't want to be called that. Well, we're not calling you that. Yeah, but I don't want you to say it. I don't want to see it. I don't want it to exist. Because to me, that's like the N-word. So this is just ridiculous. I think most people would agree that the whole birthing person thing is not that deep. It's just an excuse for people who want to exclude trans people from their groups. For Anna, it's an excuse to hippie punch. That's what she's doing. She's punching left. She's and that's why she's on this show. That's why she's having a nice little conversation. That's why Patrick Bet David is being so courteous to her. And that's why we're not having an argument. We're having very much a circle jerk on the PBD podcast here, right? It's because she's got those bona fides. She punched left. The right appreciates that sort of thing.
The N-word in order for him or her to find it offensive or degrading. You get what I'm saying?
As a man, I'm a seminal injector. That's pretty.
Of course.
No one needs to be called that word to find it problematic or to have an issue with it. And besides which, I was called that, okay? Yes, in a medical setting, but this is a doctor who knows.
And then all the nurses ran around me and they're like, nah, you're a birthing person, breeder. Yeah, that's right.
I'm a biological woman, call me a woman. But I had a conversation with that.
Biological woman. So, this is just like, let's say it for what it is, Anna. You think that sex and gender are the same things. You think that trans women are men, and you think that trans men are women. That is what you really want to say. But you are not a badass, Anna Kasparian. You are a coward. And you are utterly incapable of owning those bigoted thoughts that are running around in your head. This is a fucking dog whistle from a bigoted Karen.
Doctor, why did you feel the need to call me a birthing person? Like, where did that come from? And in California, medical providers.
You know why? Because the doctor's not assuming anything. The doctor's not assuming that you have not had a hysterectomy, for instance. The doctor's not assuming your sex at birth. The doctor's not assuming those things. The doctor's asking you those questions in a way that's, respectful to somebody that might not fit into the doctor's expectations. The doctor, in other words, Anna, is a better person than you are. That's why. Or their license is dependent on it. Either one.
Basically, told that there will be penalties if they don't use the proper terminology or if they're caught doing anything.
Jules says, I do not believe that somebody called her a birthing person. Are we having the opposite problem now? I feel like now I'm having trouble seeing Twitch chat. I don't know what it is, chat. Maybe I have to fix this.
Discriminatory
you're
toward the trans community. Now, if they're
chats.
actually doing something discriminatory toward the trans community, I think medical providers absolutely should face consequences. But the idea that we should change all of our terminology, even toward women who want to be called women, in order to be...
You can still be called a woman. You will still be called a woman. I don't know what you're on about.
Inclusive is ridiculous to me. Now, if a transgender person wants to be called that, fantastic. I respect it. I'll do it. I'll engage in it. But I think in the context of my...
You think a trans guy, wants to, or a non-binary person that has the capacity for pregnancy and childbirth wants to be called birthing person, on the daily? You think that she's still on about this, 1990s era political correct garbage, right? Where she thinks that she's got this stereotype of the left, circa 1995, honestly, where the left is like, oh, we gotta find a new word for everything because the words that are used traditionally are offensive. And like, no, Anna, like I want to be called a woman. Okay, if the doctor needs to find out if pregnancy might be a consideration in my case, right? Then I expect the doctor to ask me if I'm a birthing person or whatever. You know, there's a million different ways that you could do this, right? But like that's where that terminology comes into that is useful. Other than that, it's not freaking useful. Nobody, Anna, wants to be called a birthing person. Nobody wants to be referred to as like, hey, this is, you know, so and so, my favorite birthing person, right? No, nobody wants that. Nobody's trying to replace woman.
My relationship with my doctors, I want to be called a woman. It's not that difficult. It is my personal preference. Okay? That doesn't mean that I in any way believe that transgender people should be treated differently or that they should be discriminated against or that they should not live.
No, it's just that she doesn't think of me as a woman. She thinks of me as a confused male. That's what it is. Own it, Anna. If you're gonna be bigoted to me, fucking say it with your chest. That's why I can respect, like that's why I respect you even less than a transphobe like Matt Walsh, right? Matt Walsh will just fucking misgender me and you know, dead name me and shit like that all day. I mean, he's a piece of shit, but at least he's owning it. At least he's owning the fact that he's a piece of shit.
Lives of dignity. I have had an entire career defending them, supporting them, and this one issue led to ridiculous outrage among a fringe component of that community. They are not representative of the entire transgender community, and for that fringe component, if they think that they're going to shut me up and force me to say things I don't believe, they've got another.
I feel like Anna's the one that's trying to shut us up. She's a bully. That's what she is. That's what she does. She's a bully and she's a hypocrite. And she's using Darvo to attack people that don't have the power to fight back. Because she's also a coward, as most bullies are.
Other thing coming, okay? I'm going to say what I think.
You got another thing coming. Yeah, she's such a badass.
Every single time.
I'm an OBGYN, MC says. What is she in an obstetric prenatal appointment? She didn't specify. Yeah, a lot of people are like, when did she get called a birthing person? Where did that happen, right? She's alluding to like a medical situation, which is, you know, probably the place that's appropriate, right? Nobody's trying to like, you know, nobody's calling you a birthing person at your birthday party. Nobody's calling you like a birthing person at the gym, right?
Do you think they're crossing the line a little bit and it's getting a little bit too ridiculous in certain sectors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, thank you, John Ross. Thank you for liking the YouTube stream.
And
they turn people off with it.
I know it sounds like a little thing, chat, but it means a lot to me.
And again, it is a fringe component of the transgender.
I mean, look, this is like, you could say that the trans community turns people off with things like pronoun circles, right? In fact, somebody did say that, and I think she wished she hasn't. I think when she thought more about it, she realized that, like, hey, listen, if you don't get misgendered, that's awesome, Natalie. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy that you know, people gender you correctly without, you know, and I'm sure that must be some validation that you feel, and I wouldn't try to take that away from you, but recognize that the pronoun circle then, in that case, is not for you. It's for the person that doesn't get gendered correctly. It's for the person that's always having to go around and correct everybody because everybody's misgendering them. It's for people, yeah, I'm talking about ContraPoints, right? And I'm not trying to bash on her. This is a long time ago. I think she gets it. Like, I know she gets it. Like, even if she didn't say that, right? She's got to understand that was her just throwing kind of like a fit over something that doesn't, like, look, you know, I get it too. Listen, I'm like, please take this in the right way, okay? But if it was just about me, if I didn't think about other people, right, I would forgo, you know, pronoun circles too, because I'm like afraid that, I don't know, something about the way that I talk in that situation is going to out me as trans, right? And I know that there's a different way that cis people treat you once they've identified, oh, you're trans, right? There's a different way that, like, there's a different interaction, and I'd rather have the interaction where they assume that I'm cis. So in a way, I can, you know, relate to Natalie on that, but I recognize that it's not about me, right? If I'm getting if I'm getting the right pronouns attributed to me without asking, I'm not the one that needs to be considered, right? It's the person that isn't getting that. It's the person to whom that's a constant struggle. It's a person who feels like they're getting misinterpreted in their very identity constantly based on people, judging assuming their pronouns rather than asking. So that's why the pronoun circle is there. Like this isn't something that is alien to trans people. Like we have like similar issues intra-community, and like I would hope that like most of us don't react with this, like making it all about us and complaining, from a place of privilege. Like what Anna's literally here complaining from a place of privilege, right? You don't have to clarify your, gender identity. You don't have to clarify your, your capacity to be pregnant or whatever. Most people assume the right thing. Good for you. Good for you. Now try thinking about somebody else. Come on, Anna.
Gender community, and they don't even realize how counterproductive they're being.
And who's allowed for that to happen? Who's
it's about to get good, says Natalie Marie.
been a part of that becoming a reality? Who do you think?
Look, I think most people want to do the right thing, okay? And so they want to be as accepting and tolerant and inclusive as possible, and they don't want to come across as being in any way discriminatory. And I respect that. I think that it comes from a good place, but they shut their brains off sometimes and just go along with things.
Is this true? Do most people want to do right by trans people? Look, at best it's 50-50, right? Like, most people don't want to be mean, if that's what you're saying. And most people don't think that somebody being trans is an excuse to be, like, mean to them, right? Most people want to go along to get along. Most people don't want to be, like, ill-mannered or piss people off. That's true. But I don't think that most people really have, like, that much consideration for trans people, right? It's...
Things without...
And you know who really doesn't have consideration for trans people? People from a political ideology that misgenders us, that dead names us, that dehumanizes us out of their political ideology. In other words, the people that you're talking to right here, Anna, they don't respect trans people. They don't respect trans people at all. They don't give a fuck about us. Like you're using us for engagement and clout. You're trying to make your irrelevant media operation relevant again by causing controversy, and you're not afraid to step on our heads in order to do it, right? But these assholes are even worse. These assholes would see us eliminated from public existence if they had their druthers, right? So no, Anna, you're so off base here. You're so effing off base here. I can't even...
Considering maybe some of the unexpected consequences.
And is more interested in optics than doing right by trans people, yeah.
How others might feel about what they're engaging in. I think that there's this conflation with the gay community and the transgender community, because think about it. Like, I think a lot of people on the left...
Oh no, is she about to do LGB? Is she about to have a LGB take? Is that what she's gonna do? Like... Most gay people are perfectly happy assimilating into cis heteronormative culture. It's just those extremists, right? Oh no, Anna.
Think of the trans community the same way they thought of the gay community, right? Like, yeah, why not legalize gay marriage? Like, what's wrong with that? Who's it hurting? But when it comes to some transgender issues, there is a lot on the line, right? Like when we do talk about kids transitioning, you want to make sure that we have a system in place where there's a proper protocol implemented to ensure that we're not transitioning kids.
So let me see if I got you correctly. You think that the problem with gender affirming care, especially as a minor, is that it's too easy to access? Really, Anna? Please tell me where this viewpoint comes from. And no, don't spoil it for me, because I know. It's Jessie Singal. She doesn't know shit about what she's talking about. She's repeating Jessie Singal's bullshit, right? That the problem with gender-affirming care is it's too damn easy to get. It's too damn easy to get, and there's these millions of detransitioners out there that are hurt by the fact that when they said, I want gender-affirming care, somebody said yes. That's not true. They don't say yes. They say, like, you know, fill out these forms, take these surveys, let us check you out, like, psychologically, medically, every which way, right? Let's ask you a million questions, force you through, all this, jump over all these hurdles, and then maybe, if your parents are on board and you find a doctor that's willing to do it, maybe you might get, like, puberty blockers. Like, right? Maybe, if you're lucky. But, like, God, Anna, you're really not helping that, right? And you saying that the problem is that this stuff is too easy to get a hold of, and the problem is that people are getting treated with gender-affirming care when they end up not wanting it, when in actuality the bigger problem is people not getting treated with gender-affirming care that do want it, that do need it, and later regret having to go through a puberty that they did not want. Right? Now, like, look, I didn't have things put together, like, at that age. I knew that, I wasn't like other boys, but I didn't have it put together, and I didn't know that, like, that something like puberty blockers, existed. So it wasn't something that was part of my childhood, but if it could have been, my life would have been way easier. If I'd had somebody that, like, to talk to say that, you know what, like, it is actually not like a normal boy thing to not feel like the other boys. If you don't relate to your gender, that's saying something about you. Let's talk about this. Let's explore that. I could have used somebody like that, but you would have said that they were grooming me. You would have said that they're putting me on a assembly line towards surgery, and that I couldn't possibly get off, even though I was invariably going to regret it. Because on some level, you just don't believe in trans people, right? That's the kind of bullshit advocate that you are, Anna.
Who might not actually be transgender.
You think it's okay to transition kids under the age of 18, even if the parents consent?
What do you mean, medically?
Medically. Anna, you seem very smart to me, and I think you have common sense.
Yeah, I do have common sense. I think it's a very difficult question to answer, okay? I think that it is a problem when certain states completely ban it, because there are instances of, let's say, teenagers who identify as transgender, they're legitimately transgender. And
oh my God.
I don't want to cause harm.
There might be a few people out there that are saying that they're transgender that are actually transgender. Maybe. You're looking at medical care, which has somewhere around a 1% regret rate. And Anna, not all of those regrets are like, actually, it turns out I don't think I'm trans. A lot of those regrets are something else. Like this, the social situation that I was living in wasn't very trans accepting, and this outed me. Or like, right, this is like, right, it's difficult to live life as a trans person, like this is the kind of regrets that more often happen, and that's within that 1%, right?
Harm to those people, right? I think it's a decision that should be left between the parents and the doctors. But at the same time, there are certain things going on where I do worry. Like, I don't know if you guys have read about the Tavistock Clinic in the UK that's shut down. And the reason why it's shut down is because it just became...
The reason that I like to talk about it is because it's in the UK, and not many people know about it. And if I make all these claims about it, nobody's going to debunk me, because they just don't know. They just don't know. Just like I didn't know that the top of the hour ad break was happening right then, and I completely spaced out on it, and as a result, some people may have been sucked into the sucked into the ad break that didn't want to be, and that's my fault.
This system of transitioning minors without really doing the
So like, why are you taking away? Like, I get that they're minors, right? And they don't have the agency to. Well, I mean, they can get a tattoo. You know, if their parents are okay with it. It's pretty normalized for minors, you know, that are, you know, closer to the age of majority to get something like a breast augmentation, right? They can sign off on that, which in some cases is, you know, the exact, you know, category of procedure, you know, that we're talking about, even on a, you know, even on the upper level of that, right? But you would take away their puberty blockers. That's
proper protocols.
Because you can't believe that the child is actually coming to the parents saying, this is how I feel, and I don't want to go through this puberty. Can I please not? You think that it's the parents that saying, wouldn't it be cool if we had a trans kid? Hey, child of mine. Fruit of my loins, flesh of my flesh. Don't you want to be trans? Don't you think that'd be really cool? We could show you off at parties. We could be like, look at my trans kid. Ah! Real people aren't like this, Anna. Like you're thinking of like some kind of like of like a stereotype derived from a like a extrapolated from Portlandia or something. Like, right? This isn't real people. These are straw people that you're talking about, right? That's not what's happening. That's not the problem that we have, that a bunch of liberal parents are like, yo, I'm gonna really encourage my kid to be trans. That doesn't fucking happen. Come on. That's not how people think of their kids, as like,
to ensure that they're, you know, they're working with people who are legitimately transgender.
Okay, so you're
between the parents and the doctors, leaving out the patient who deserves autonomy. Apparently, Anna does not think that minors are real people
Thomas Jerome Newton super chatted $2.43. That clinic shut down because of undercapacity.
Okay, so thank you for bringing me this information, right? Tavistock Clinic, which we hear about occasionally. The reason that they shut down... Wait, why is this not showing up in my... She wins 100% of her debates against straw people. So yeah, well, I mean, that's not surprising. We're talking about a clinic in the UK. The UK, trans healthcare is difficult to obtain, particularly if you're going through the public healthcare system. You know, there's famous stories of waiting lists of people emailing their doctors thousands of times trying to get the ball rolling on gender affirming care, and not being able to, and being told to wait. They're leaving out the patients who deserve autonomy. It's absurd of her to discuss any of this as if she's a goddamn authority. I mean, look, she's just repeating what she heard from Jesse Singal. This is just like her lie about drug decriminalization in Portugal. I remember that, Obafly. Yeah.
14 years old. I don't know if you said 14 or 13 years old. When your mom tells you, what do you want to be? You said, I want to go be an actress. So she's not going to be a Pachatsats, right? And you said, I'm going to go be a Barbara Walters. Why don't you go be a journalist? Okay,
right.
That's exactly what I want to do. And
Okay, also Barbara Walters. When was Barbara Walters on TV? Not very recently, right? But you know, whatever. I don't know how old PBD is. Maybe it seems recent to him. Whatever. I'm not going to argue about that. Yo, you really think that? Like, you really think that me saying I want to be a professional Minecraft speedrunner is akin to me saying I think I'm trans? Oh my God, this is so hard to take. Also, instead, new regional centers will be set up to ensure the holistic needs of the patients. Wait, okay, so you're talking about the Tavistock Clinic. I always hear them talk about this. And I know the idea, right? This is what conservatives will do, essentially. they get these niche issues that they're pretty sure that other people aren't super familiar with, like something from another country or, you know, some event or something like that, and they'll cite it, right? Because there's no way to like come back at it if you don't know like what the actual circumstances are. But in the case of Tavistock, it sounds like it was an attempt of the NHS to actually improve trans healthcare rather than just shut it down. Rather than the idea that they're trying to sell, which is that like all this harm was done, all these people were forced to transition and encouraged to transition, and they ended up being really miserable and sad and regretting it later on. But no, that's not what's going on. That's not why the Tavistock clinic was shut down. God damn.
What if your mom doesn't say that to you? What if your mom doesn't put that in your head? What if you go into Hollywood? Maybe your life's going to be a different story today. I don't know what it's going to be, good, bad, or ugly, but it's going to be.
Chat, should this be a video? Do you want this on? Should this go on YouTube? I feel like we're talking about some important stuff here.
A different
That's
life.
probably what.
But what I'm saying is, it's going to be a very different life. I actually think you would, because you have drive, but it's going.
Barbara Walters is not alive currently. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, like Barbara Walters. Anyway, I'm not gonna like dunk on him for using a older reference.
It would be a different life, no matter what direction you would have gone to. But the point I want to make is with this whole concept of even entertaining the thought of it being okay before the age of 18, you know, then that means like.
Soyprims asks, do you think that Anna has a secret turf alt on a place like Mumsnet? If not, she's definitely courting that audience.
My idea, I have a controversial idea. I would rather have
I hope nothing that I said was seen to as making fun of the passing of Barbara Walters, who I was unaware of. It just like I recognized the name as being somebody from you know, decades past on television.
15-year-old kid that has a job paying taxes vote, then a 28-year-old person who's never had a job, never paid taxes, that person shouldn't vote. So Pumpy goes, you're out of your mind. I get it. It's not a, you know, normal idea that I'm proposing.
How about just like, let's select for landowners, and like, right, we really want to, you know, we don't like if a family, like we don't need a family to vote multiple times. So how about if we just make it so the head of the household, the breadwinner, let's say, the man of the house, the landowning male should be the one to vote. Doesn't that make more sense? Yeah, there we go. There we can make it so much. Yeah.
You have the right.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's appealing to. Like, I mean, this is the Ramaswamy take. Well, no, not exactly. Ramaswamy's thing is more about wanting to strip Zoomers and Gen Alpha people that are, you know, aging into the voting population of their right to vote, because Ramaswamy knows that they're not going to vote for him, right? So, but this one is what, like we want you to pay taxes, right? So it's like, you know, how well off are you? Have you got your job secured? Are you out of education? Because if you're a college student, you're one of those college students, we definitely don't want you voting. God damn.
Say you're out of your mind. But what my idea
You're
is.
thinking of Joan Rivers. Oh wait, is Barbara Walters not? I don't even know. I don't even know when or if Barbara Walters passed. Oh wow.
I want to give people the right to vote who earned the right to vote, who have contributed to society.
How about if we send you to a far-off planet to fight the Arachnoid menace? Go with me here, right? We make you some kind of a starship trooper, and then after you served your tour of duty, seeing your best friends ripped limb from limb by these bugs, then and only then can you come back and be a full citizen of our society. Yeah, thank you, Heinlein. Thank you, Robert Heinlein. That's very helpful for science fiction, not for politics. This is not real world politics. This is wacky.
Those who have disabilities, things like that. That's not what I'm talking about. Or elderly. All I'm talking about is a 15-year-old person should have the right to vote, who is paying taxes, has a W-2 job, has paid $3,000 of taxes, whatever.
What?
Versus 28-year-old who hasn't.
Wait. So what's he saying? He's saying that like, if you have a job, you can vote. Is that what he's trying to get at? I don't know if I've heard this particular iteration of the right wing stop Zoomers from voting line.
But this concept of saying, yeah, I think my son told me, he's a girl, and we have to do this.
Literally from BBC, there will be no immediate changes for people already under. So they're not stopping the medical care that's going on at the Tavistock clinic. God, I mean, like, I guess I assumed that there. I didn't realize there was so little legitimacy to this talking point. I mean, I knew it was bullshit, right? But I didn't realize how little legitimacy there was to this talking point and how much they're relying on the fact that I don't know much about what's going on in the UK.
And and they're crying, getting emotional. I think we have to be a little less tolerant to stupidity and insanity.
Okay, so on that note, right, does it feel like that it might be a good idea to be less tolerant to those things by ending my coverage of Anna Kasparian and PBD and moving on to Ethan Klein? Oh no, because we're gonna run into more of that stuff. At least we can diversify our media diet a little bit. Like, look, one issue that I think I've run into the past is that I'm a completionist. I think you know this about me, right? I think many of you have sat in chat, maybe a little bit frustrated at like how long I continue to cover a certain video. And so I'm going to try to move on from this if we're okay with that. Can we move on since he said, like, we shouldn't tolerate that stuff? Maybe we shouldn't tolerate them. Maybe have we watched enough of this? Is there anybody seen this that has something that they really want me to get to? Or can we move on to the leftovers, the not leftovers, the no longers? Anna craves attention for her hot takes. We should move on. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, it's my issue. I don't know. Like I hyper focus on stuff and I think that it's maybe not the best. You have a reputation for working it to completion. Yo, you don't even know. You should ask some of my exes about how I work it to completion. I'm known for that too. Yeah, definitely. I'm very insistent about that. Oh my god. Don't actually go find my exes and you don't have to inquire about my sexual history. Yeah, let's move on. Before I like talk about like too much of my personal life, very, very personal parts of my life. Yeah. Wait, what did you say? No, it was me. I'm the one who introduced the inappropriate TMI to chat. That's my thing. So H3 podcast. And I mean, one thing that I'm kind of curious about here is like, so he says that he's putting the leftovers on pause. And can we confirm? Wait, no, these are videos. We want lives. We want lives from him. Streamed 22 hours ago. So yes, indeed. Yes, we have no leftovers, right? The last leftovers. Ooh, wow. Okay, so they haven't done leftovers for like a couple of weeks. And there's a lot of these streams, like, right? Oh, you can't see it, but there's a stream over here called I Made a Mistake, I'm Sorry. I think that's when he first started talking about Israel, Palestine. I think he might have talked about it the next day. Obviously, he talked about it with Hassan as well. He talked about it not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. And that's why he's kind of trending. Actually, no, it's not him. It's Hassan that's trending. I mean, this is when he says the leaving the leftovers thing.
I can't tell.
Oh my god. That's an hour.
Baby, that's how people are talking about me.
And people have been asking, okay, it's because I don't want anybody to I don't want anybody to make light of this without knowing, right? But I think what he talks about in the beginning is that he's got a face rash. People, including myself, have picked up on that, and it might have to do with lupus. So definitely don't. Definitely, hoping that he gets, that he gets better, right? Because that's a lot to deal with. That's a lot to deal with. But yeah, it's his eyes aren't red from crying. It's a medical condition. So, I think I was tempted to make an anime comparison before thinking better of it. I'm glad I didn't now after finding out what the redness is really from. So.
They think I'm Anakin about to go slice up some younglings.
Can somebody explain that to me? I mean, I guess we could. Why is he comparing himself to Anakin / Darth Vader?
People like you. God. Actually, I was thinking it didn't really hurt, but now it does when I touch it like that.
Yeah, maybe don't touch.
Well, I have to.
Hurts yeah, but after.
I don't usually fuck with it.
It's Discord comments? What are they referring to, though? Oh, there was a conspiracy theorizing about trans kids being pushed into transitioning because of it being a huge moneymaker. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look, do you see where this ends? This ends in people rejecting medical treatment because they think that literally everything is a big pharma scam. Right? If you use this logic, nobody should ever receive medical treatment ever because, your doctor could be in the pocket of big pharma and maybe they only recommended treatment and gave you the diagnosis because there's money to be made. Yeah, it ends in transgenocide. That's right. And the further disconnection. Oh, wait, why did I make this a new stream goal? I meant to just put it on. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it should be this. There we go. That's what it should say there. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, people want me to bounce.
It looks like
and
it
didn't bounce
stings.
that much.
Yeah. It does now when I'm touching. But what is this? I've been dealing with this for so long, I feel like.
I don't know.
Are we back to the last topic? I was just reading oh, thank you for making me bounce. I was just reading some chat that I'd missed earlier.
It's lupus.
For sure. It's gotta be.
Wait, does he? Okay, so I don't think maybe it's not lupus, right? There are, face rashes associated with certain kinds of lupus, but I think the joke that he's making is a House joke. In the television show House, when they were doing their differential diagnosis, running down the possibilities of, what could be afflicting the patient, oftentimes somebody would throw out, I think maybe, is it lupus? Is it lupus? And the joke about House is that it's never lupus. I think, though, on House one time it was lupus, just to throw us all for a lupus. I've had hives on my neck since last Thursday, maybe stress. Yeah, it's possible. I'm definitely not here to offer medical advice. But yeah, definitely, rashes can be a lot of things. So, it's worth seeing a professional if maybe you can get in. Current theory is skinny bugs. But I just don't understand the whole reference to Anakin and the younglings. I know that Anakin, unalived the Jedis in training. That's I know enough Star Wars to know that's the reference, right? But I don't know who the younglings are in this metaphor. The lupus is an inside joke. Oh, it's an inside joke with Ethan. Okay. It's not a House based. I thought he was referring to House maybe. Only the essential oils from our MLM. That's right. Throw us for a lupus. Oh my god, I'm so silly.
I was doubting for a long time, but
it's probably not lupus.
What else could it be?
I think it's lupus.
You do? Should we
Yeah,
do a
girl,
poll?
I think it is.
Let's do a poll.
Let's do a lupus poll.
I'll send a poll to my rheumatologist.
Okay.
We'll see.
Does Ethan?
My mind's going places, but I'm gonna resist speculating. I'm not a medical authority, and nothing that I say should be taken as medical advice. And I'll try not to say it.
Have lupus?
Yeah.
Come on, you guys.
Yes.
Come on.
This is the real.
Here we go.
We've been waiting for.
Well, we polled 30,000 doctors, and
I really
let's see the
believe in you.
results.
Here we go.
Here we go.
That's what
I am actually qualified to give you certain types of general nutritional advice or certain types of general exercise advice, but definitely not specialized medical advice.
I expected. Look at that
Oh
poll.
my God, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming.
What did they say?
71% say you have lupus.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Maybe lupus.
Yeah.
Dude,
Let's
if
go.
you did a
I thought he actually knew. I thought. See, I'm glad I rewound it because I literally thought that he was saying that he got a diagnosis, but apparently that hasn't happened yet.
survey of 10 doctors and 7 of them
NCC is a registered NCC.
gave the same diagnosis, you got that shit.
For sure.
So I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
What's
You
up
have
with those
lupus.
three? Those three doctors that aren't on the lupus train.
Well, I'm just talking about like as a
Right, yeah.
All right, so I think I got my medicine all applied here, and as I understand it, by the end of the show, it should all be gone.
All aboard.
Okay, sweet.
Toxic gossip train. Sorry.
You look.
It's a good one, right?
You look fucking crazy. man.
I'm sure whenever I look crazy is when I do something that goes viral.
Yeah. Oh no.
So I'm pretty sure that people are going to see
You
this.
look like you look like that Tim Heidecker character.
Casey?
Yeah, he's got all like bruised up on his face.
Yeah, and Vaseline.
Shiny.
Beautiful.
You look like Anakin
Wait, is that from Tim and Eric?
when he just fell to the dark side. Yeah. We're about to go slay some.
I've got a guitar, Chad. I got a guitar back here. I need to wow. I have like no calluses on my fingers though. You can tell how out of practice I am.
Younglings right now.
That's how and that's
That's what I'm talking about. He's gonna kill the younglings. What are they talking? What is that? Is this like, did Anakin have like a face thing? Is that? Does anybody get the Unalive the Younglings thing? I know it's a Star Wars reference. I'm not super familiar with Star Wars.
That's actually a good segue, AB. That's how people are talking about me. They think I'm Anakin about to go slice up some
Look,
younglings.
chat's trying to diagnose.
All right,
him.
there's something I have to say about. I'm gonna say there's been conversation. Thank you, Dan. That is surprisingly accurate.
You're a different kind of nerd.
Drooling? Not drooling.
It's Ethan's Sith arc. But what is the? Are the younglings like Hassan's fans or something? Is that what like the lefties in chat? Like, does it have to do with what's coming up here, which is the discussion of Israel Palestine?
So yeah.
Okay.
Or it might just be the Vaseline pooling.
I am not
at the
yet
bottom.
drooling.
Wait, is it? Oh, I get it.
But
it's like in Raiders of the Lost Ark when that one guy melts to death, from looking at
Yeah,
the
you're like the Nazi.
ark.
okay.
Yeah.
That's me.
That's definitely no.
Did he have lupus?
He might have, dude.
It may not have been the arc.
That's what the arc gives you. Is
It may have been undiagnosed lupus.
Just lupus.
So hold on one second. So I'm going to touch on this fast, and I'm going to try to be calm. Okay,
they're comparing Ethan to like a Tim and Eric character. I think.
I'm going to keep it together. I'm going to do this.
I'm just trying to figure out what he's referencing.
You can turn off chat too, because I don't.
Yeah, he does have a just so you know the redness on his face. He does have a medical condition. It sounds like he hasn't got a diagnosis for it yet. I can only think about how Anakin's eye scar from Dooku's Apprentice. That makes sense. That could be it. That could definitely be it.
Thank you. I don't need people arguing in the.
And look, this is gonna be the last segment we do, like right on the regular stream. But stick around, right? Because I'm gonna try to do our first week. What time is it? Yeah, we've got time. After I get done with Ethan, yeah, right. Because I've got time. I've got like hours to before my house meeting tonight. I have to meet with the rest of my housemates and decide some things. But yeah, I want to do our first premium streamium, and God. See, if I got out my guitar, I feel like you'd all feel ripped off, because like I said, my fingers have no calluses on them. That means it's been a long time since I've played.
Comments. Okay.
That means I'd have to tune the guitar up.
We're gonna do it.
We'll find something fun to do, though.
Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to try to express myself calmly. So, when talking about this conflict between Israel and Gaza, Palestinians, because I mean they bombed the West Bank too, so it's kind of everywhere now. But when talking about this, I've noticed a strange phenomenon, and I want to explain to you what I see, so that you can hopefully
Let me know if this is too fast, chat.
emphasize with what I'm trying to convey when I talk about things that happened in this conflict. So when the massacre happened on
Also, thank you for the follow, as Bex does, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing, but feel free to correct me on the pronunciation.
October 7th, and terrorists came into Israel and slaughtered 1,300 people. Horrible. There was a lot of people though that were cheering on Hamas explicitly.
Okay.
A lot were doing it explicitly.
So as far as his eyes, just let me make sure for anybody just joining us, Ethan's got a medical condition, right? He's got a rash on his face, and he's got some kind of ointment for that rash. I don't think he's been diagnosed yet, so I mean, hopefully it's a useful ointment and not something that's going to make it worse. But that's why his face is kind of wet, right? He hasn't been crying yet. He's just rubbing on. It's like a Vaseline sort of ointment. It's like a slippery ointment that he's putting on his face. So
Just saying like, hey, this is what a revolution looks like. And there was a lot of people who said, as the bodies were, still being counted, Israel hadn't done anything in response. It was the same day. I mean, they were still cleaning up the massacre. And people were saying, as the news broke, people don't want to hear about timing, but I'm just telling you my perspective. As the news broke, before expressing condolences or
1.7 million people displaced since October 7th by the IDF in Gaza. Am I correct, Shakespeare, that like the latest number that I've heard for casualties is somewhere in the range of 7,000? 7,000, casualties, and
out or like horror. It was Free Palestine. Now I'm Free Palestine. You can say Free Palestine.
just like the timing of it, I guess that's what he's saying. So you can say Free Palestine. Like, here's what Ethan doesn't get, okay? A lot of people were responding in anticipation for what they knew was going to be the likely result, the likely response to what happened on October 7th, right? And it doesn't usually take a lot for the IDF to justify the use of munitions, of violence, of deadly force against civilians, right? And like, as much as it, as horrible as it is when any violence happens to civilians, right? The amount of violence and the impact of that violence in terms of lives has increased since the attacks. It's about 7,000 that have been named. 1/4 of all housing in Gaza has been destroyed by the IDF. Yeah, I mean, looks like a pretty complete bombing of infrastructure and housing and the things that people need to survive, right? And the people there were already not doing good. The people there were already being deprived of water, of food, of medicine, of all the things necessary for life, right? It was already not getting through to Gaza. The closure, the further closure made that even worse. And yeah, it's a pretty, sad to say, it's a pretty good bet that, the response from what we, from the IDF's track record was going to be disproportionate. And indeed it was. Nearly 3,000 of those 7,000 are children. 50% kids. Definitely an undercount at this point. Yeah, I mean, no doubt.
But the timing to me made me uncomfortable. It seemed like they were cheering on Hamas. So when I try to convey that, there's so many people that go, oh, come on. Saying free Palestine as people are, as terrorists.
The thing is that he's not directing this like specifically at people who were like, if he's not quote retweeting somebody being like, yay, Hamas, good job. Like, right? He's just directing that out at anybody who has concerns, who's expressing concerns for the people in Gaza, right?
Are in kibbutz killing people. That's not cheering on Hamas. That's just, us. We just really rooting for Palestine. The timing doesn't matter. I say, okay, fine. I'm not going to argue that anymore. But when the bombs start dropping, right, when Israel does retaliate a few days later, or I don't know if it might even be the next day, I don't remember the timeline, then all of a sudden it's insensitive to talk about it because it doesn't matter. Because Israel's bombing Gaza. Okay. So as the bombing continues...
Yeah, so is he cheering for the IDF by doing this? Like one might say, and the thing is, like, look, you got to kind of look, in this situation, you got to like look at the preponderance of the message that's already out there, right? You got to look at the preponderance of what's getting said. We're in a situation where the continued and disproportionate use of violence on civilian targets is being actively justified by the majority of politicians, by the majority of the media, like by the anybody with a voice, right? Is is probably using it at this point to justify what's happening in Gaza. And so that's where this goes off the rails. I hate to use that phrase because it's literally the name of Ethan's podcast here, right? But, and look, people that are standing up and speaking out for Palestinians are getting doxxed, are having their lives ruined, are unable to speak out and to speak up without the consequences of that being put fully upon them, right? You've got an organization that's going around like literally like, doxing people who speak up and then bombing their Google search results so that anyone who ever considers hiring them in the future, that is the first thing that they'll see. And they're not going to see, these are literally the words of that person. They're going to see an out of context quote. They're going to see an out of context tweet that makes it look like they were like, saying something really bad, when a lot of times all it is an expression of concern for more civilian casualties happening.
The next thing I start hearing is, the Hamas terrorists who went there, they were just there to take hostages. They didn't kill, they weren't there to kill as many people as possible. They didn't rape anyone. They didn't kill.
Oh God, the ambiguity of this one attack. Steel Lung, you're onto something, okay? And I really want to talk about this. I really want to get this through because this is a bigger issue even than what's currently going on in Gaza. There is a tendency in our discourse, and I mean, in terms of the media, I mean, in terms of, people on Twitter, I mean, in the terms of the entire conversation that's going on, there's a tendency to use events as proxies for bigger issues, right? Look at something like Jussie Smollett, right? Jussie Smollett got used as a proxy for the discussion of systemic racism. And it got used to insinuate that the victimization is self-inflicted, that racism isn't really that much of a problem. What's really a problem is false claims of racism, right? And they concentrate and they obsess about Jussie Smollett in order to ignore the actual issue of systemic racism, in order to ignore the impact, in order to have an excuse after having seen the violent results of that oppression, to just deny it because Jussie Smollett is a whatever, right? This is a real problem where we have cause celeb events, right? You know, notable events, like events that get the headlines, events that go viral, stuff like that, substituting, being used as a proxy for a discussion of something that is a real important issue and that cannot be reduced to an anecdote. And yet, for those who want to obfuscate, that anecdote and the use of it as a proxy is irresistible. And we've got to stop playing into that. Got to stop playing into that. Yeah, the young black woman who faked her. Oh, I didn't hear about that one.
Kids, they didn't behead anyone. And this became the new thing. Where they're trying to, you know, almost like, hey, dude, Hamas isn't that bad. You know, like, we're exaggerating what they did there. There's, you know what I mean? And so when I see people saying that and I want to respond to it, I say, yeah, actually, Hamas did kill babies. They did rape women. They did decapitate people. They did burn families alive. Okay, you know what? Now's not the time. It's not the time.
So he's going to keep going back to this, like, right? Like, now is not the time. I don't know who's saying now is not the time. Like, right? That doesn't, like, I mean, I guess, like, maybe in the context of, there's ongoing violence right now, and that those perpetrating that violence are trying to steer us back to a discussion of October 7th and the events of that day as a way of both refusing to deal with what's happening right now in real time and as a means to justify what the IDF is doing. Now is not the time for what? Well, he's saying that people are saying that he wants to bring this up, and he's like, okay, yeah, like, I really didn't like the fact that right after this happened, you said free Palestine, right? So it's kind of like him saying now is not the time. But he says that people are saying now is not the time to him. He said it about people saying free. Yeah. And the way that he's interpreting that, the way that he's, you know, twisting that, when in actuality, freeing Palestine makes all the civilians in this situation safer. And I would agree with, God, what was her name? Chat, we watched a video of somebody from one of the kibbutzes. And you know, they'd experienced, they were in the attack. They had to flee, you know, to the Dead Sea for safety, right? And this person did not want vengeance to be taken in her name. I'm sorry, actually, like, let me not assume pronouns in their name, right? Because I didn't get this person's pronouns, right? And I don't want to assume, right? This person did not want vengeance taken in their name. This person did not feel like a disproportionate strike back on the Palestinian people would make them any safer. They were asking for a political solution because that is literally the only thing that can make anybody safer, that can make everybody safer. And that's the opposite direction that we're going in. And although Ethan is going to say that, you know, he does not support what the IDF is doing, he does not support Netanyahu, great. He's concentrating on the subject matter that they want put front and center, right? And leaving the rest of it, like, well, I don't really agree with what Netanyahu is doing. Those 7,000 people, those 7,000 casualties, yeah, that's not good. That's not good. That's the afterthought. That's happening right now, and that's the afterthought. And that's what's so frustrating about him, right? That's what's so frustrating about him.
Being insensitive to what's happening in Gaza. Now's not the time. I say, okay, now's not the time. Bombs are falling. It's not the time. Then when this hospital gets blown up, and there's a whole day of hysterical coverage of it, people saying upwards of 900 people died. Horrific. The result of which was mass riots around the world and escalation of tensions with neighboring countries.
Okay, so wait, now we're talking about the hospital, and he's gonna talk about the hospital for a while, right? And here's what's ironic, right? His problem with the hospital is that he says that the first information that came out, suggesting that the attacks on the hospital were IDF ordinances, right? Caused riots, caused this, caused that, and that later on, like, other facts were found that suggested that maybe this was actually a rocket fired from within Gaza. And it's confusing, right? Because in the very beginning of the situation, the IDF, took responsibility. Like, I guess they, revised their view on that, and they took responsibility. They had been talking about, an attack on the hospital. There had been an IDF attack, from my understanding, on the hospital. So it's not really just like out of nowhere to reach that conclusion. But more evidence has come out since then, because yes, we are still in the fog of war, right? Now the New York Times is looking at the IDF evidence, the IDF suggestion, the films that purportedly show a Hamas rocket, and concluding that those rockets were not what hit that parking lot, right? Now there's not a conclusion yet, right? There's not a definite conclusion, right? At least for, if somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we fully know where those munitions
Thomas
came
Jerome
from.
Newton super chatted $2.43. The fallacy is when you compare an ACT to a system.
Yeah, the fallacy. It said ACT, but Thomas was when you compare an act to a system. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, this is an act, an anecdote, a situation, a cause célèbre. You use that as a proxy for what's going on at a systemic level, and therefore you never end up discussing what's going on at a systemic level. And in this case, the systemic phenomenon is directly related to the incident. So yeah, I was confused. I was like, an ACT. That's yeah. I was like, is this a military ordinance that I'm not familiar with? No, an act.
So at the time, it's like, listen, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see and let the news come out, because this was all reported by the Palestinian or the Gazan health.
By knock on doors, they mean is that what they're doing? Is that the not? I mean, people have been saying this unironically, like a warning. What is the phrase that they use? Like knocking on the ceilings or something? It's like gruesome.
Ministry, which, by the way, Gaza Health Ministry is run by Hamas, terrorist organization that killed 1,300 people. So they said, dude, how dare you question it? How dare you? You know Israel bombed it. You scumbag. How dare you? It doesn't even matter if they did. That's the new thing. It doesn't matter because Israel's bombed lots of other hospitals. Israel's bombed 15 or damaged 15 hospitals in the last 10 years. So it doesn't matter that one of the biggest hospitals in Gaza the story was blown up and killed 900 people. Let's wait for the information.
Here's my take, okay? It shouldn't take the death of 900 people in a mass civilian casualty event to wake people up to the fact that what's happening in Gaza every day is intolerable. Intolerable for the people living there, and it should be intolerable for the world. to allow this to continue.
Reasonable people said, scumbag, they say, Zionist. Okay, fine. Now's not the time. Now's not the time. The next day, when you find out the hospital was undamaged, the explosion was from a stray rocket. Okay.
See, so there he is again. Like, his criticism is you made an assumption in the fog of war. Ethan, now you're making an assumption in the fog of war. We do like, and look, this is 3 days ago, okay? So, you know, maybe Ethan didn't have access to this information at the time. I don't think the New York Times had done its investigation yet. But literally what you said, right? Literally the information put forward by the IDF has been debunked. Is it conclusive? Do we know, you know, what hit the hospital, whose ordinances those were? No, we don't, right? But you're criticizing people for jumping to, you know, a conclusion in the fog of war is kind of undercut by the fact that you're doing the same thing now. Let's wait for the information. Let's wait until the propaganda is manufactured.
That was shot by terrorists in Gaza, specifically the jihadist, the Palestinian jihadist group, something like that. Not Hamas.
He literally said that the IDF didn't retaliate immediately at the beginning of this.
Interestingly, but I guess another terrorist organization. So when it comes out, and please, let's not debate it. It's almost certain at this point that it was a rocket from Gaza that what caused this.
It's not.
So what actually happened is a rocket was misfired or malfunctioned, it fell in the parking lot, and it killed 300 people. Approximately, we don't really know. The truth is there was a lot of people who were...
I just don't understand what leg he thinks he has to stand on, like doing the same thing that he criticized.
Taking refuge around the hospital because they thought it was a safe place. As well they should be. You know what I mean? They should assume that. But, and unfortunately, this rocket malfunctioned. It was a massive rocket headed to, you know, the heart of Israel. It was full of fuel. And so when the rudder malfunctioned and this rocket full of fuel dropped down into the parking lot, it exploded into a ball of napalm, scorching the parking lot and killing a ton of people tragically. Horrible. Horrible. And so now when it's like, actually, the Israelis didn't blow up.
So yeah, it was, Buffy Geek says it was never almost certain. He just wants that to be true. God, I paused him in a bad place. I'm sorry, Ethan. So yeah, it's he's gonna point to like what, like I think there's like a CNN report, there's a Reuters report, there's a New York Times report. New York Times were the first to, you know, start talking about this event, and so he takes that as some kind of banality if the organization which you know, started talking about this as a IDF attack on the hospital now says it looks to be Hamas rockets fired from within the Gaza Strip, right? But the, you know, I mean, the fact of it is that none of this stuff is conclusive. We're still in the fog of war, right? And if you want to say like, hey, you know, don't jump to the conclusions in such a situation, yeah, like I'll say that in general about any breaking news event. Generally, like the first in a breaking news mass casualty event like this, you don't hear accurate information in the very beginning. It's not a good, not good to look, not going to look good in the future, Ethan. Like your Elon Musk Iron Man. Wait, what did he do on Elon Musk Iron Man? One rocket is not equal to, yeah, exactly. Even, yeah, that's the thing, is like, you know, he's complaining about people saying, well, it's not important. And it's like, well, you know, it's not that it's not important. Look, any loss of life is important. Okay. I hope we can all agree on that. But it's not the totality of the story, and the lesson to be gleaned and the action to be taken, and the, you know, kind of advocacy that pushes itself to the forefront should not be determined by a single anecdote. That's more along the lines of, I hope, what people were saying. Like, again, we never know who he's responding to, who he's talking to. He's going to show a Frogan tweet here. I think that might be like the only person that he like singles out and says like, this is what, you know, somebody says. He just described a magic bullet theory where the rocket fuel is more explosive and damaging than the ordnance on delivery to a target. Too bad that can't go down. Yeah. That's a lesson learned. Wonder if he's taking the unhinged shit people say on Twitter. I mean, Argonian bum, you're not too far off. I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's what's going on, and that's such an easy thing to do. God, you go just scroll through Twitter, scroll through Reddit, you're gonna find some ridiculous shit that people say on either side of any situation.
The hospital and kill 900 people. Actually, it was the terrorists there who were shooting a rocket from over a fucking hospital that malfunctioned, and they killed 300 of their own people. It doesn't matter. You can't talk about this because now's not the time. It's not the time to talk about this. How dare you? How dare you for even saying it? Israel has bombed other hospitals. So like, you know what I mean? Who cares if it was true or not? Who cares?
But I mean, like, literally what they're saying there is that civilian targets, including places where people are going for medical care, or in the case of this parking lot, for perceived safety, are being stricken, are being attacked, right? And have been attacked and continue to be attacked and will continue to be attacked. He has a lot of reply guy Nazis. He's poked a lot of hives over the past. Oh God, yeah. So here's the other thing with Ethan, right? The Nicholas Diorios, the Destinies, the Tom Darks out there are salivating, right? After shitting on this guy as the biggest soy cuck in the universe, right? They are now salivating over getting him back on their side. See, Ethan, you built a leftist community, and this is what you get for it. This is what you get for it. They called you a Zionist pig or something, right? That's.
First of all, it does matter. In this specific case, this was reported. The initial reporting of this was one of the most horrific war crimes, acts of terror of all time.
Yeah, he's really brushing past that argument, right, Buffy? That's true.
Okay. And when it turns out it was actually terrorists that killed their own people, then it doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter.
This is remarkably similar to the dynamic of using Jussie Smollett, to excuse systemic racism and the deadly consequences that it has. Like, I kind of just brought that up as a example, but he's literally going on they are victimizing themselves. Can we really be concerned about them when they are self-victimizing? He's literally doing that.
When it would cause mass riots. Now, or how about this? You know what? Now's not the time.
What even is this garbage? Well, if you're unaware of who this is and what we're watching, this is the H3 podcast. Pretty big channel on YouTube, almost at 3 million subscribers. I anticipate that number to go down in the next few days, right? I feel like there's a lot of people that have had it with Ethan at this point, right? But yeah, he's also one half of the Leftovers podcast with Hasanabi, which now apparently, according to what he said, this is 3 days ago, has been put on an indefinite, potentially permanent hiatus, right? So, and this is a bad situation too, right? Because what we're dealing with here, like, it's a podcast, right? It's a show. They just like the Majority Report has like Matt Lesh and Bradley, and sometimes Matt Bender drops in. There's quite a few people that put together this show, and sometimes a lot of times Ethan we'll talk to the producers and the people working on the show. Most of his crew disagrees with him on this issue, right? But being that he is their boss, it's a little bit hard to express that, right? So the Hassan Leftovers thing is the one time where Ethan actually engages with any meaningful argument. Because, like, if you're working for him, you can't take the gloves off, can you? Right? You're having to show restraint that he doesn't have to show. And Hassan has defended Ethan against his chat. That's true, and against Hassan's. I don't know if people have seen this yet, but Hassan has defended Ethan against his own Discord, right, at times. So
now's not the time to talk about it. Okay, now's not the time to talk about it. And today, the Israeli government released the GoPro footage from these Hamas terrorists who...
Okay, so as far as Ethan's face, for anybody that's just joining us, that is actually a rash. Apparently, Ethan has an unknown medical condition, and the redness that you're seeing is, sorry, the wetness that you're seeing, which you might mistake for tears, is it's actually ointment that he got some kind of ointment to treat it, and he put it on his face. So that's what you're seeing. It threw me for a loop at first too. Always appreciate your commentary and analysis, NCC. Thank you, Devo Dabs. That means a lot to me.
They had a press conference for foreign press all to come watch the clips because so many people are denying what happened at this point. And the stuff that's described there is everything people said and worse. It's beheadings, it's killing babies, murdering children, burning families alive, desecrating corpses, taking photos of, dead civilians, taking their phone and sending it to their family or posting it to their Facebook. And so I go, listen, I want to tell the people who are talking about Hamas like they're freedom fighters and revolutionaries, or that like they were actually there just to get hostages, and most of them didn't want to hurt civilians. I want to say, hey guys, listen, let's stop saying that because it's not true.
It would be helpful if he'd actually show who he's referring to here. I will say this, says MSE Streams. I have an understanding of how Ethan feels. I just wish he could move past those feelings and see things as they actually are. When there's a conflict. Yeah, and look, the stuff that he's talking about is awful, right? That's not only, violence against people, but being uploaded to their families. Like, that sounds, that's horrible. But there's a lot of bad shit going on right now. And there are people losing their lives. There are people having, being impacted by this in a life-altering way by the minute, if not by the second, right? When there's a conflict, where you or people close to you are actually affected, unlike a lot of Americans for whom war is a distant thing. Yeah, and there's a little bit of Americans tend to handle other people's, other countries', conflicts, in a callous manner. That part is true. For whom war is a distant thing, there's going to be some amount of defensiveness when you feel attacked, but he needs to start listening to people instead of tripling down. Yeah, and that's what's so frustrating about the fact that he is, canceling. Look, okay. I did it again. I left you to the ad break without even noticing that another hour had elapsed, because time just disappears for me when I'm streaming for some reason. Anyway, let's not dwell on that right now. There's going to be some amount of defensiveness. Oh my god. I'm trying to read this. He needs to start listening to people instead of tripling down. He needs to do it now. And that's the problem, right? Is that, like, look, he's going on this tear, with his crew. And he's going to, when somebody mentions it later, right? I think he reads a tweet about how his crew's just kind of sitting there silent, right? And he's like, yeah, go ahead and say something, like, right? AB, you got any commentary on this? You got any opinions on it? And he's like, I don't know what to say. And, like, Dan's a little bit more up front, but you can tell with Dan, like I said, he can't take the gloves off the way that Ethan can. Like, this is his boss. He's a crucial person in the operation, but this is, still his boss at the end of the day, right? And Hassan being there kind of allows the crew to say what they're thinking, because bad actors like Netanyahu spoil the process for profit. Oh, sorry, I'm reading a conversation.
You know what I mean?
Hey, what's up, Cosmopolitics? Welcome to the chat.
Let's not say that. And I get a huge response from people saying, how can you be so insensitive? You don't care about what's happening in Gaza. Now is not the time. When is the fucking time? When is it the time to address stuff, incredibly harmful misinformation? When is it okay? And the thing is, like, the way people, I'm not denying, I'm not defending the IDF. I'm not at all. I've donated money. I've supported them on this show a lot more than I've spoke about Israel. That's goddamn true for sure. But somehow it's never the time to dispel this really violent anti-Semitic rhetoric that's causing riots. Synagogue leader over the weekend was stabbed and killed. So it's incredible to me that people think I shouldn't care about these things, because now's not the time. I believe that the time is good for all spaces of offering civilians your empathy, your caring, your understanding. I don't believe that, I need to wait for you all.
Like, I get that with this now is not the time thing. He thinks he's being profound. He thinks that there's like a shell of callousness or whatever that other people have, that he's breaking through with this repetition of now is not the time. It almost sounds like a poem or something like that, right? But I don't know how to put this. I'm gonna say it. Like, no, God, I don't want to use this like metaphor when there's actually like, hostage stuff going on. I don't want to use the phrase like he's holding his crew emotionally hostage. I don't want to put it like that for obvious reasons, right? But they're sort of stuck there and not really able to, this is their boss, right? This is their boss, and he's seeking this validation that he seems to need from his audience, to the point where you're like, are you aware of what's going on right now? It's just completely inappropriate in like an ongoing situation of mass civilian casualties to be berating, I'm sorry, but berating your staff, berating your crew like this, with them in the position where they can't really, like, can you imagine if somebody like, chimed in right here? Can you imagine how well that would go over at this moment?
To tell me now's the time. And whenever that is, probably never, frankly, probably never. Here's some of the threads that I've been seeing nonstop on my own fucking subreddit. Let's see. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Okay, so Shakespeare is saying in all of the occupied territories of the West Bank and Gaza, there were only, so between, West Bank and Gaza, only 85 total hospitals to start out with, of various sizes. And as of October 6th, of those, 34 have been destroyed. Oh, you mean since October 6th? 34 have been destroyed, 34 out of 85. So almost half of those hospitals have been, physically destroyed.
This is just sorting by new.
And obviously incapacitated. Goes without saying. I'm not saying. Oh wait, sorry. Let's see if I can grab this link that Zara's sending me. There we go.
It has a lot of upvotes. I don't know the exact number, but people are flocking here. Peace and love. Someone take Ethan's phone away. I got to emphasize just how my stories that I'm showing
he hates
are
to
so,
hear that. He hates hearing that.
It's so much not defending the IDF. It's literally just talking about this anti-Semitic, violent misinformation that continues to be peddled and is having real consequences in the world. I'll show you examples, actually, before I get into it. Maybe that will help to tell you guys how I don't think what I'm saying should be controversial. And if you do think what I'm saying is controversial, I do think there's a moment of introspective for yourself. Where's the album, Love? I'll show you I'll show you everything I've been posting over the weekend, so that you guys can judge for yourself what kind of Zionistic pig, fucking genocidal maniac. People go, he's a genocidal maniac. People go, I cannot support him anymore. Here's the kind of stuff that I've been storing about. Here is a tweet with 100,000 likes, 14 million views. She says, interesting. What's interesting? Jewish people in the high levels of the government. Now, why is this fucking insane? I said we should make them wear little armbands so we can identify them.
Okay, now somebody told me that this account that he's quoting this off of, if this is the account I think it is,
Easier.
Somebody,
I saw even a lot of
saying
people.
this is like a Doctor. Can anybody confirm this? Dr. Anastasia Maria Lopez. Somebody is saying this is like a far right person.
People saying, how is this anti-Semitic? Which alone is concerning. First of all Jewish people are not Israeli. All Jewish people
Yeah, I mean that is clearly anti-Semitic, right?
do not support the IDF. I'm one of those people, actually, believe it or not. And also, one of the things you often hear people say is like, how, Zionism
But
isn't.
this is the irony. This is where the far right, in Israel marches in lockstep with the far right anti-Semitic voices in conflating Jewishness with the Israeli government and with the IDF.
Not the same thing as anti-Semitism. A lot of fucking people who use the word Zionist like a slur will say that. And yet at the same time, they'll like this post that says, actually being Jewish is the same as being Israeli. So Zionism actually is the same as just being Jewish. Do you see why this is insane? Okay, good. Here's another one. This one, it probably has a lot more at the time, but 21,000 likes, 2 million views. This statement, which has literally no evidence to support it. Meta is shadow banning content that supports Palestine according to Palestinian accounts from Gaza. And in case anyone's wondering where Facebook, Instagram, Meta stand on the current genocide of Palestine enacted by Israel, I don't know anything about that. This is just one person. But the response was Mark ... Zuckerberg. What do you think the implication is there, guys? That because Mark is Jewish, that he's going to censor and defend Zionism, defend Israel, because he's Jewish. And as you guys know, not all Jews are Zionists, unless, of course, only in memes. In memes, all Jews are Zionists. But when I'm actually being confronted on anti-Semitism, then no. Basically, I'll have it both ways, please. I also said, it would be nice, maybe he should wear a nice little flare around his arm as well. Zuckerberg, So here's what I says. This bombing story has been driving me crazy because I just think it's incredible. People say it doesn't matter when they dominated the...
Meta has been taking down pro-Palestinian accounts and shadow banning them. I already have the Dr. Lupus lady blocked, so she must be a transphobe as well. Yeah, figures. Hila retweeted Gal Gadot and said the IDF doesn't commit war crimes. That Dr. Lupus account is full of anti-vax stuff. So yeah, this is far right. It is weird, right? Because Ethan's sitting here like mainly calling out leftist, and here he's got like a clearly anti-Semitic far right account that, according to Chad, is also an anti-vaxxer and a transphobe, and like just your general reactionary fascist.
News cycle for a whole fucking day. One of the worst war crimes / acts of terrorism of
Are
all
these government leaders, activist leaders, heads of states? No, they're random Nazis on Twitter, it sounds like.
time. And people say it doesn't matter, or now's not the time. This has been, at this point, and it's more and more every day, the Associated Press, the AP...
Okay, so here we go. He's gonna, cite his credible sources in making this claim that, like, at the moment, like, this particular, because basically this is them following up and agreeing with the IDF claim, right? The IDF were the ones to come forward with the videos and to say that this explosive ordinance, which caused all the casualties, all the civilian casualties in the parking lot of the hospital, was a misfired rocket from, I think at first they claimed Hamas. Now they've turned to saying this is Islamic Jihad that's doing this. It's kind of confusing because at first they seemed to confirm, it was one of theirs, but the fact is that we are in the fog of war, and from my latest from what I've seen most recently, this is still a jury's out situation in this particular event.
Analyzed more than a dozen videos from moments before, after, and during, as well as satellite imagery and photos. Associated Press analysis shows that the rocket that broke up in the air was fired from within Palestinian territory, and the hospital explosion was most likely caused.
Yeah, who is saying it doesn't matter? Literally, he's not showing us that. He's not.
When a part of that rocket crashed to the ground. Okay, that's AP.
Like, we saw some far right accounts that he is showing, and then I think he shows a Frogan tweet later on.
BBC. I don't need to read all these. You can read them all, but they're basically all saying that it was likely. Some outright just saying it was. This is Reuters. These are all pretty reputable, I think. Gaza Hospital.
This is after him blaming people for jumping to conclusions in the fog of war, in the other direction, right? Now, he's doing the same thing in a situation from my reading, is by no means clear.
It was not the result of an Israeli missile strike, but likely the cause of a misfiring Palestinian rocket. The French military intelligence said about it. New York Times, who was one of the early offenders who wrote, these really hysterical, headlines about 900 people dying and hospitals being blown up. Israel did not bomb Gaza Strip hospital.
Ethan, there are anti-Semites on Twitter, right? Pikachu face.
So the unclassified intelligence assessment drafted on Wednesday.
They're Elon's friends.
We judge that Israel was not responsible for an explosion that killed hundreds of civilians yesterday at the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza Strip. The United States has infrared sensors, which are both satellite and aircraft based, that can determine the launch sites of a variety of rockets and missiles. That technology has proved critical to the U.S. assessment, which does not place blame for the blast on Israel. Wall Street Journal says, experts say that Israel wasn't responsible for the blast. Analysts say it is unlikely to change the minds of the Arab world, which largely support the Palestinians and are hostile to Israel.
So this is all from his Instagram. He's been going off on Instagram. I think his account's pretty big. He's got 2 million followers on Instagram. He deactivated his Twitter account because he was getting a lot of pushback from people, and but yeah, he's posting this stuff on IG.
Whatever that part. CNN, I know it's not that reliable.
Wall Street Journal is pretty conservative.
As the other ones I noted, but they also did their own forensic analysis and said that
these are all fairly conservative news sources.
The rocket came from Gaza and not an airstrike. Politico said the same thing. NPR said the same thing. And it disturbs me that so many people ran with this headline from these sources, citing them. And now when these same sources are saying, actually, it probably wasn't Israel. It was almost certainly a rocket from Gaza. Then all of a sudden, we don't care. It's not the time to talk about it. It doesn't matter. We don't care. It's not credible. They're not credible, really. So people who ran with the headline that Israel airstrike the hospital cited these exact publications. Now that they've put the blame on Islamic Jihad, these same sources are not credible. Why does it matter when the IDF has already confirmed killed thousands of Palestinians? Again, because I anticipated it, and people don't read what I write. And I'm here saying, yeah, the IDF has killed thousands of Palestinians. Horrific. The bombing marked an enormous escalation of the war, risk bringing Hezbollah and others. The outrage caused by this was felt globally, and rightfully so. However, truth matters, and we must bear in mind that while the IDF is not a reputable source for news, either is Hamas. Once again, who reported these mass casualties and the hospital being exploded? Health Ministry.
So essentially what he's saying is that jumping to the conclusions that people did earlier is doing propaganda for Hezbollah, allowing them, an excuse to jump into the conflict. And literally while he does the same thing for the IDF, which is I'm not entirely sure about the current situation, but I think, unlike Hezbollah, is currently escalating the conflict, right? The potential of Hezbollah, using this as a excuse to escalate the conflict versus the reality of the IDF using this to escalate the conflict right now, when we are still in the fog of war. We are talking about an event for which there is no set conclusion.
Of Gaza, run by Hamas. And that is a fact. You can look it up. Health Ministry of Gaza is run by Hamas. And just to be real, when you see the press conference at the disaster that happened at the hospital, you can see, the doctors there, they're talking about how horrible it was. And right off the fucking screen, there's photos of a Hamas dude with a gun, just making sure everyone's staying in line. you have to.
Wait, at the hospital, he saw a person with a gun who he's telling us is Hamas, and he's making what is he implying that they're doing? Stay in line? Like, what is he implying that there's somebody there like trying to keep them in the what is he saying? Like, I don't want to jump to the conclusion that he's suggesting that there's an attempt to keep people, because he's saying it's Hamas who did this, right? He hasn't made a claim of intentionality yet, and what the IDF seems to have claimed is that it was a misfire from within Gaza. Now, again, this has been since debunked, right? We're back to not really knowing, where the ordinance came from that did this. But like, what I might jump into a conclusion that he's saying that there's somebody trying to keep them there to make sure that that Hamas can use the casualties as like as propaganda. Is that I'm not clear on this.
You have to understand that.
Yeah, we lost Ethan if we ever had him. That is true. Truer words were never spoken. How would Ethan describe someone protecting an area? Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is it's like a dude with a gun. You literally don't really. It's pretty hard to describe intentionality.
Hamas and Israel are both going to be participating in bad faith propaganda. If you don't understand that, and if you believe everything Hamas says, then I don't believe that you are the one that's being objective, actually. I think you're being deluded. Then I apologize. I'm sorry that I care about Israel and Jewish people. People go, you're biased. No fucking shit, I'm biased. I lived there for 5 years. My wife's Israeli. My kids, my wife's entire family. Of course I have a bias. Nearly everyone I love is affected by this. If you're incapable of understanding that, if this post enrages you, then I'm afraid you are nothing more than an unwitting conduit of Hamas propaganda, an organization whose stated goal is to kill me and my family. Now, maybe that was a little inflammatory to say that if you're angry about these posts, that you are a conduit.
So yeah, Ethan's just reading through his Instagram feed right now, right? Searching for I don't know, like searching for validation. Yeah, that's the word I'm trying to look. I'm sorry, Chad. This is doing a number on me.
Of Hamas propaganda.
I didn't realize how rough this was going to be. I do realize that you've been through a lot this week. We've, all been through a lot, and although it's important not to look away, this is tough to take. Just so you know, I will be doing a like a freemium streamium. I will be doing a stream for the subs on Twitch, for the members on YouTube, and we're gonna try to get Patreon in there as well. If anybody who supports me on Patreon wants to view it, I think that I think there's a way to do that. This is going to be a little bit of a proof of concept, though, right? Because this is what I want to do every week, right? Is to have like one stream that is for everybody, one stream that is for members, right? And then and hopefully, if we can get it together, and I'm really trying to get it together, I think we've got a solid concept, but a podcast, right, where I talk to people that you see in chat, right? That right, we're trying to get that together too, and that's kind of what I'm moving towards. If you've just joined us and you're concerned about the stream, last stream being on Friday, right? That is to say that the last stream as No Comment Chick, it may be after that No Comment Chick Live or some new branding, but I'm realizing that I really need to change the way that I do things. I need to make more time for myself to be able to work on prepared content. I think that's really important. I think I have an important voice, and that part of that voice should be preparing content, writing content, editing content, because I'm pretty good at it. And like, the only way to get better is to start doing it. So I anticipate unveiling, let's just say, a new platform for myself on Friday. So that, that's the big surprise. If you're here, You're hearing about it early. Everybody else is going to come on and on Friday and be like, she's going to end the stream and we're never going to see her again. And then they'll be surprised to find out that actually this end, like many other ends, is actually a new beginning, right? Which, hopefully it'll work better. Because that's the other thing that's really bothered me is that I've got so many people that have, supported me. A lot of them on a monthly basis through memberships, through subs, through Patreon donations, and I feel like I'm not doing enough specifically, for people who are supportive, and it's not my intention, to let you down like that, and that's been a big part of my frustration and my depression is that I feel like I'm letting people down, and it hurts.
But technically, it is true. If you were saying that the IDF blew up that hospital and killed 900 people, and then now that it's basically been revealed that that's not what happened, if you are A, unwilling to acknowledge that it was terrorists, or B, saying that it doesn't matter, let's move on, you are doing Hamas propaganda. Maybe you're okay with that. I don't know, but it's just a fact.
I gotta hang out with the letter hack sometime.
And if you ask me why I'm not critical of Israel, which everybody's saying, why I'm not critical of the Israeli government, then you haven't been watching. Go watch the first 2.5 hours of our Leftovers episode. If you think that, I don't know how to help you. I don't know what to say to you. So I don't know what exactly I've said to warrant this.
Well, look, how about this, right? Because there's some different opinions I'm hearing from chat. How about if during the premium stream, which honestly, there may be a way to get into it, even if you're not currently donating, right? Because it's more of a test of concept than anything else. I'm trying to make sure that I can do this. I'm trying to make sure that I know how to make this work and include everybody that's supporting me. But yeah, I want to figure out a different way to do things that gives me the ability to make more thoughtful content, prepared content. I would love to be able to give you one video a week. It's not going to be a ContraPoints video. It's not going to be a philosophy tube video. And it's not going to take as long as that either, because I want to be able to put out more videos than that. But I really feel like what needs to happen now is that there needs to be a No Comment Chick live channel. That'll probably be this channel. That's why I said this is the Friday's the last stream. The last stream is as No Comment Chick, and that going forward, this will be a live channel. This will be a channel specifically for the streams. No letter hack? Wait, what?
Insane response of people saying that I can't support you anymore. They says I can't support you anymore because you care about.
Yeah, so I mean, this is true, and I don't know. Should we look at the Social Blade? I'm curious. I don't know, chat. I feel bad about looking at people's Social Blade because it feels like I'm Rip Bozo, I'm just curious because I know a lot of people are not putting up with this. Wait, they've got a Twitch channel? Oh my god, that's not it. H3 Podcast, H3 Space Podcast, H3 Space Podcast. There we go. I don't know, chat. I'm not very good at reading Social Blade, but I'm not seeing the, I'm not seeing a mass, leaving of his channel yet.
Dispelling really harmful and eventually anti-Semitic propaganda. Again, I'm not even defending the IDF at all. That's the crazy part. Channel 4 and Al Jazeera did, in my opinion, really silly videos trying to blame the explosion on IDF. Neither of them relied on analysis of impartial, qualified military demolition experts. All the articles above cited do. People that is their expertise. You know what I mean? Impartial expertise. Further, disapproving Israel's propaganda claim is not the same as proving Israel caused the explosion, which I think is something a lot of people misunderstood. You might see something that the IDF posted and say oh, they removed the tweet, so they're lying. Well, the data that was used from third-party video, satellite footage, geolocating, etc., none of that information came from the IDF. It's all public, sourced. Here's some of the comments I got in response to what I was saying. And yet he was running with the same propaganda that Hamas was beheading babies, canceling my membership. This is really disappointing. I said, does it make you feel better knowing that they were sprayed with AK-47s instead? As if that's...
Look, okay, I don't want to dwell on this because this is grim, right? What we're talking about, right? But the claim was beheaded. And that implies a certain type of brutality. And that was used to justify the disproportionate response that's continuing in Gaza right now. And those words were used specifically, right? Because there's another word that you could use, and again, Chad, I really don't want to dwell on this, but you could use the word decapitated. I don't know, either of those, like, right? It's implying what happened is horrible, and there's no denying that, and I wouldn't deny that, but I feel like this, like, claim was made to justify something that should never be justified. So yeah, what he's trying to say, you want to split hairs as far as, you know, whether this happened as a result of the ballistic impact of firearms versus something else. Aren't they both horrible? Yes, they are. They are in fact both horrible. That's true. But I mean, the words were picked for a reason, and I mean, this is a claim that Joe Biden recently backed up. Joe Biden said, "This is what happened. There's proof of it. I've seen the proof." The IDF, upon most recent inquiry, is not confirming this claim. And yet this claim has been used to justify what's going on right now in Palestine. Okay, chat, we gotta get off this. Okay, let's just, like, I want to touch on the part where Ethan talks about the future or lack thereof. And again, I apologize. I know this isn't easy to, like, I don't mean to make things darker, right? But I mean, there is something to be said towards the way that was presented towards the public.
You.
Wait, content warning? Oh, okay. So for what you chatted, I was worried. Yeah, that's the other thing is that, like, he does during this podcast at various times. Do we all know about Ethan's button? Like, I mean, we all know about my button and my propensity to press my own button, and you know, of course, chat. Of course, I'm talking about the button on YouTube, right? That button right there, right? That's the button that I'm talking about pressing. But Ethan also has a button, and this button, his show is on a time delay. So what this button does is it takes, I don't know, the last 15 seconds, the last 30 seconds, some amount of time, and which it's on a delay. So it plays a technical difficulties screen basically if he shows something that he feels like it's going to get him in trouble in YouTube, or he says something that he wishes he hadn't said, or basically there's part of the podcast that goes off and he doesn't like how it happens. He presses the button, and that button, if he presses it in time, erases the last however many seconds that that they've got as a delay. Yeah, Ethan's button. This is so he uses this several times. There's some images that he shows that apparently he didn't mean to show, and
then you might be lost.
Why can't he pee in a bottle like the rest of us? Yeah, that's it. He's gotta.
Did you find it?
I double find it. It was a
The
while
ad.
ago.
I googled around a little bit, but I have not seen it.
Remember, there's a rainbow in it or something.
Yeah. He'll use it when he said something he should not. Yeah.
It's very weird.
Oh wait, I think I found it.
Yeah, that was it.
Is this
Yeah.
real? There's this.
Oh, nice, dude. This is so the way they did it. All like, it's so fucked up. Hold on. So this was run as an ad for sure.
I don't know if it was this video, but
The Reddit post I saw was alleging that this ran as an ad.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this is the IDF. I guess it's an ad.
Believe it.
Oh, I've seen this as an ad. Yes, this is the same thing.
So hold on, let me read it for audio listeners. It's a picture of like a rainbow and beautiful, almost like heavenly My Little Pony vibes. We know that your child cannot read this. We have an important message to tell you as parents. 40 infants were murdered in Israel.
Jesus Christ.
By the Hamas terrorists.
Jesus
ISIS.
fucking
So my understanding is this is being run on. Wait. I'm confused though. I'm confused because like I thought the whole deal with content that's marked for children was that there couldn't be advertisements on it. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, Nabil?
Terrorist ISIS?
Yeah, I don't know where.
That's
yeah.
not.
Just as you would do everything for your child, we will do everything to protect ours. Now hug your baby and stand with us. Now, I'll say this is fucking crazy
What are they
because
doing?
protecting your children, indiscriminate bombing of Gaza has nothing to do with protecting your kids. In fact, I think there's a good argument to say it makes them less safe. In fact. I don't know what else I can say about it. I mean, if at this point, if you don't understand my perspective, then I don't know. There's never going to be a bridge between us on this topic. And if that's too much for you, then I invite you to go listen to other shows that will echo your beliefs 100%, and you won't ever have to feel uncomfortable again. Truly. That's it.
No, I mean like this is so if you're just getting here, right? This is Ethan doubling and tripling down, right? This is Ethan looking for validation from his audience. I think he even stops the chat at some point. Like, right, he doesn't want to hear what chat has to say. He just like has his point and he wants to make it. And somewhere here is where he says that he can't do that Leftovers is on a hiatus.
You can turn chat back on.
Okay.
I don't ever come in here planning to do this, by the way. It's just,
It's coming up. Thank you, Buffy.
These are things I have to say. I have to say it.
What happened should have happened. What should have happened happened, and it is what it is.
Well said. Well, hold on. What does Babel? What is his theory on this whole thing?
I mean, it looks like he's crying.
That's it.
But, for anybody who's getting here late, that's actually ointment for his eyes. He's got a medical condition, some kind of rash going on, and he's treating it with some kind of ointment. So
eyes a lot.
Because I'm trying to rub it in.
No, you rubbed it in an hour ago.
Nice try.
You're stressed right now.
I am stressed, man.
He's flaring up right now.
I am flaring up, bro.
Oh,
Chill.
no.
I'm stressed.
what's the reference?
All right, whose side are you on? Are you on Hamas or IDF? Choose a side. Maybe that
Did I
means
miss it,
squeaky
maybe?
floor. It's hard to decipher that. Oh my
That
God,
looks
Jesus,
disturbing.
dude,
What
get that
the-
out of here. I don't like that. Did you show that on screen? You did not show that on screen. Okay, good. That's way too violent.
Do you think
It just
was
looks.
before
Indiana
the,
Jones.
I know you can't show that shit, dude.
Israeli-
YouTube's crazy.
The IDF
That looked
ad?
Now,
insane.
It did look really disgusting.
I think that's anti-Semitic of YouTube to not let us show that. That's a Nazi having his face melted.
That scared me a little bit.
Have you never seen Indiana Jones?
I have when I was really young, but
Sure,
that was
right,
before
well.
I was conscious.
Okay.
The way that was edited made it look especially
I might, I might just have to look through Twitter.
I gotta add more lube
because
because the sides of my eyes feel super dry and shit.
Okay, so here's him going off on.
Is this
Ad blocker.
is this a
This is
is
his.
this anti-Semitic or no?
This is his.
I mean, I think it's just stupid. A lot of stuff goes to. I mean,
Reddit.
a lot of funding goes to
Subreddit.
Israel. And a lot of shady bond investments, whether it be a university.
I think it is important. And how this whole thing is just so unfair. I'm sorry. It's so unfair. And I'm not getting angry. That's just my fucking opinion. That's all I can do. I'm not going to stop talking about it. Why should I? All I'm saying is that Israeli civilians died. If that offends you, then
Twitter's gone down.
you might be lost. You might be lost. Did you find it?
I doubt we'll find it. It was a while
The
ago.
ad. I googled around a little bit.
Accusing me of being genocidal, insensitive, or speaking about something that's important, I feel are callously saying now is not the time, and also accusing me of being genocidal, insensitive, or speaking about something that's important to me. And I hope I've explained to you guys and why I think it is important, and how this whole thing is just so unfair. I'm sorry, it's so unfair, and I'm not getting angry. That's just my fucking opinion. That's all I can do. I'm not going to stop talking about it. Why should I? All I'm saying is that Israeli civilians died. If that offends you, then you might be lost. You might be lost. Did you find it?
I don't think or 2 weeks ago that. I'll try to find it.
I don't have the ability to turn those off, but I saw that and it was fucking crazy.
Yeah, it was like, this could be your kid.
Okay, so yeah, there was just to explain this, that IDF ad that they showed, you know, the one that says like your children can't read this, but it's important that you know that 40 babies, yada yada yada, right? That's the IDF ad. It appeared on apparently his broadcast, right? And you know, streamers don't have a lot of control. Content creators, YouTubers do not have a lot of control over, you know, the ads that appears. If something comes up that is like messed up, that, you know, and somebody tells us about it, like, right, we can we can try to go through Google and get it so that those ads won't be played anymore. But it's not, you know, it's not the easiest thing in the world. And in fact, a lot of times, like, you know, like, right, you don't know what ads the ad that gets served to you is based on you know, like it's targeted towards you. It's not necessarily targeted towards the stream, right? So but anyway, somebody lets him know that that ad's being played on his stream, and I think someone that you know, they don't get any likes for it, and then somebody else on the Discord explains that Ethan doesn't have like as much control as you might think.
You should pull it up. I'm actually curious to watch it. It's
Right,
so
I
weird.
remember what it was. It was like, your kid won't understand this, but Yeah, it was really brutal. It's very weird.
It's just like, dude, what are you doing? This is not going to help at all. And so, this is my perspective. This is the pain that I'm experiencing. So many of my contemporaries, people on the left, fans of the show, I feel are callously saying now is not the time, and also accusing me of being genocidal, insensitive, for speaking about something that's important to me. And I hope I've explained to you guys and why I think it is important, and how this whole thing is just so unfair. I'm sorry, it's so unfair, and I'm not getting.
Okay, well, I couldn't track down the part about Hassan, but I did find it. This is the Nicholas Diorio. Like I said, these people are salivating over Ethan becoming disenchanted with quote-unquote leftists. So
Yeah, I don't want to talk about this whole conflict anymore, really, at all, ever. And I'm frankly
and I
also
think a lot
thinking
of
about
people, you know,
putting.
particularly people in his community are fine with him not talking about it anymore. A lot of people don't feel like, you know, rehashing this stuff over and over again is really adding a lot, or, you know, like this quest for validation that he's on is like, you know, kind of turning a lot of people away. But
Something that I need to discuss with Hassan, but I do feel like I'm probably going to pause leftovers for the time being. You know what I mean?
So there it is.
Okay, Ethan.
Because you know what I mean? It's just, I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's it. And it sounds like a lot of y'all don't want me to talk about it either.
Fuck. Fair.
So with all that being said, I shall go suffer at home in silence with worms infecting my fucking eye sockets, and I will just sit at home and stare at the wall in silence and in dark. For that is what I deserve.
There it is. There is another clip that I don't think we got to, where he's talking about Hassan's Discord. He's talking about that there were people in the Discord calling him a Zionist pig. The thing that's frustrating though is that the feeling that I get is that somebody, one of these commentary assholes is sending him like video of Hassan's Discord. And he does also say that Hassan, when he talked to Hassan about it, Hassan said that he wanted to take that stuff off of his Discord and he was going to have a conversation with his moderators. So, and he seemed, reasonably satisfied by that. But you can tell when somebody sends him a Discord, right? And it's one of these Nicholas Diorio shitheads. Sorry, Nicholas Diorio, if you want to come on and tell me why you're not a shithead and I've got you all wrong. Turkey Tom, I feel like I've talked a little bit of shit about you too. Any of you commentary bros that want to come on and acquit yourself of whatever I've said about you, if you feel I've mischaracterized you, I'm completely open to that. But yeah, sorry, just using you as an example. That's all, Nicholas. But yeah, this is there's a concerted effort to peel Ethan away from the left, right? From the leftists, from the SJWs. And it's kind of weird though. I don't know. But I mean, that's why he got sent that stuff. It's literally like when somebody like, has anybody in chat ever experienced this? Especially in Twitch chat, all right? This is going to be for Twitch people, all right? Has anybody ever experienced this? You're having a nice time watching my stream, chatting in my chat, and all of a sudden, there's a Twitch message. What could this be about? And you click on it, and it's somebody saying, did you know that NCC did, right? Something about files? Like, right? Has anybody ever gotten that? Because this is like a classic Twitch thing. This is like a classic Twitch thing, to be sent like clips out of context, or to be sent screenshots or something like that. I know that this happens on Twitch. Maybe it hasn't happened to me specifically for a while, but this is definitely something that I've experienced. This is definitely something that people in my chat have experienced. But the implication is that you're doing something bad by watching me, right? And that's essentially what these people are doing to Hassan, except the message is that you are doing something wrong by platforming Hassan, even though realistically speaking, like, they're platforming each other. They're both huge. They're both huge. They've got a large audience crossover. It's not really a platforming situation. That was months ago and I ignored it. That happened. So we do have Rebel Communique has gotten that too. Yeah, this is a thing that happens on Twitch all too often, right? Where somebody and be really careful, okay? Because like, especially if what you get sent is a Google Drive, I want you to understand that if you're not really careful and everything, your personal information can be transmitted through you viewing like a Google Drive, right? That is something that's been, used to collect information on people. And like, obviously do not click on links that you do not trust. Oh, not to you, but you've seen it happen to others. Yeah, I mean, it's a classic Twitch thing. It's a classic, like I know it's happened to a lot of streamers that I'm friends with, and to myself, but more so in the past, more so when I was considered an acutely controversial individual. Why do I never end up in some weirdo's manifesto? Hey, I don't know. It looks cooler from a distance than it actually is to have somebody saying, making weird unsubstantiated claims on you, banking on the idea that nobody's gonna actually be like, wait, is there proof here? Is this proof, or is this just some claims? Yeah, be careful what you wish for. I don't think Nabil's actually wishing for that. Okay, so yeah, we got through it somehow. We managed to survive. I am kind of amazed at my ability to survive, and I do have some more time before I have to go to my meeting with my the main yeah, I did. The Dingus Gambit. Somebody requested Dingus Gambit. I don't know what the latest is on
Dingus Gambit. Dingus Gambit.
This is going bad.
I don't know what the latest I don't know what the latest is on what's happening in Maine, but Oh, okay, so I think it was like that the look that Anakin had going to strike down the young Jedis. That's what Ethan was talking about. I get it now. Oh my god. Okay, so I want to do this thing, right? At least as a test of concept, right? To see if I can actually do a freemium streamium, at least for a little bit. Not the younglings, right? Not the younglings. That yeah, the stuff in what's going on in Maine is pretty terrible, and it's just like a drum beat, you know. It never lets up. There's seemingly another mass shooting event, you know, every week, if not every day. Jungling is actually a type of beer. Interesting. Wait, how does this even work? Oh my god, chat. Okay, I'm trying to think this out. I'm trying to reason this out. So what I want to do is set up a subs only stream in Twitch, which I think would require me to end this stream, but then I could begin like another stream with I think I know how to do that. Wait, is there not a way that I can I thought I could just like I thought I could just switch it into that without maybe if it's for Twitch I have to like do that. Well, Soul Life, look, so for anybody who has a membership or a sub or is a Discord or is a Patreon, right? I'm trying to set this up so that all of you can participate, right? So if you got a green name on YouTube, if you've got a Persona 2 icon by your name on Twitch, or if you're a Patreon, you should be included. You can switch to subs only in OBS. Oh, that's the issue. That's the issue. I think it's because I'm in an event, right? This is technically a restream event, and I don't know if it lets me. When will you play Persona 2 on stream? Is there like I thought that when my computer went down that I had look, you know what? Like if I can't figure out how to get this going, I'm just gonna continue streaming and kind of talk to chat, and that'll be the premium streaming. But I do want to get this set up for the future, like because I want to make sure that I'm doing at least one stream that's specifically for people that are supporting me on a monthly basis, whether through Patreon, whether through Twitch, or whether through YouTube. And I'm pretty sure I can do that. I don't know how to do it. I don't know if I can switch into that. Wait, what's even going on? Oh my god, Soul Life, thank you for the 5 community memberships. Autumn Leaves got a membership. Pippa got a membership. Nikki. V was gifted a membership. G Mama, you got a membership too. Yeah, it makes a cool noise. Will Irene ever finish Persona 2? Oh my god, do you want me to tell you about that? Here, that's what I'll do. I'll talk to you. I'll tell you about my experience with Persona 2. What if I wrote a manifesto about my experience with Persona 2? When I began playing Persona 2, I thought it was a normal role-playing game. Only to find out that it is not one game, but rather 2 games, comprising both Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, right? Which is what finishing this game sometimes feels like. There is a lot of grinding that might be somewhat unexpected. Have you ever played Baldur's Gate? I have not. I've seen we did cover the bear scene, right? We did watch the whatever that was, right? I love this. This stream alert is like life to me. That and jumping on the trampoline is also life. Oh, okay. So Soul Life's talking about like if you want to allow yourself to be gifted a membership, like apparently you have to click, there's like 3 dots, you click that, and then click membership gifting. Does anybody else see that? So if you go to the stream on YouTube, right, and you click like, right, you'll see like no comment chick, join, subscribed. Hopefully you're already subscribed. If you haven't subscribed yet, it's a great time to hit that button. It does actually make a stream alert go off. You'll see the communists invading radicals if you do that. Then there's the upvote, the downvote, the share, the thanks, the clip, and then to the right of that is 3 dots, right? So Soul Life is telling me that if you press those 3 dots, that you will be given an option to click on membership gifting. And what that does for you is it allows you, if somebody's, gifting memberships, like, what just happened, you will be able to be eligible to receive one of those. Because my understanding, yes is the answer. Irene will finish Persona 2. So yeah, like, I mean, it's... So what, like, let me just take you back, okay? January of 2021, before any of the weirdness had happened, before I had a target on my back from the entirety of Twitch poll, right? Before a bunch of Dylan Burns parasocials became obsessed with me, before Demon Mama gave me the finger and, was a super meanie butt to me, right? Before any of that stuff, before Kevin Logan tried to drama bait me, before all these people that I thought were friends flipped on me just because I brought something up that, that I thought that Dylan didn't realize that he was doing with his platforming, which was hurting trans people, right? Before any of that stuff happened, I started playing Persona 2, and it's a, there's like supposedly an urban legend about the game that you should not stream the game, right? And that's why I started streaming it. Because I don't remember if this was like on Reddit or where this was, but somebody was saying, this is the one game that you don't want to stream because there's a curse. There's a curse associated with the game. And I kind of found out what that was about later on when I started playing the game, because the game is about rumors. The game is about a situation in which a mythical character known as the Joker, not that Joker, but a different Joker, right? Not the Joker from Batman, but a separate Joker, is able to cause rumors to become true. So in other words, starting a rumor about something will bring it into existence, right? So I think that's where this urban myth came from. It's like, hey, what if it worked like outside of the game? And somebody was like, what if we started a rumor where if you play the game on stream specifically, that a bunch of weird shit will happen to you, right? And I was kind of like, okay, let's go, chat. Let's go. This game is cursed, all right? This is a cursed game. And I'm going to play the cursed game because, of course, because I'm no comment chick, because I'm Irene Geller, right? That's what I do. Like, right? I gotta get myself in trouble. Always, always. I gotta get myself in trouble. So I start playing through the game, and sure enough, like, I'm trying to remember, the one really weird thing that happened while I was playing the game is there's a scene where they stand in a... They stand back to back, like 4 people, like 2 people back to back, and then 2 people back to back in like a cross, like, you know, like just like a plus sign, you know, they're like, there's like 4 people and they're standing, you know, back to back, right? And they're supposed to call their own number, right? Dial your own number and pick it up and say hello. And like what happens is that the Joker is on the other end of the phone. And if you have a clear desire, you know who you are and what you want out of life, you will get a wish fulfilled, right? So if you always wanted to be an idol, there's your chance. You can become an idol. But if you don't, if you're not clear, if you're murky, right, you get crisped, you get fried up, you turn into a crispy, burnt, you know, person that like basically has no desires, that has no dreams, that has no, you know, goal or anything like that, right? And so they're all on the phone and they're calling, you know, their own numbers. They're like, ha ha ha, let's try this like urban legend thing, see if this is real, see what's up with this, right? And right when they do that, right when they're dialing the numbers, my phone rang. Right? I kid you not. I kid you not. And there wasn't any voice on that. There was like hey, it's the Joker. What's up? Like, right? You know, it wasn't anything anything super spooky dooky, right? But it was a little bit unnerving. It was a little bit weird. I must admit. And yeah, like as soon as that happened, my life got flipped, turned upside down. And I experienced the weirdest 2 years of my entire life, right? Right? A random small streamer chick becomes the focus for, I don't even know what. I don't even know what, chat. But I feel like I shouldn't merit the amount of attention that I got, right? The amount of dedication put into trying to get me to stop streaming, to scare me away from that, to you know, hurt my friends, to target my community, right? Like I literally had to take, you know how you can see right now, like, you know, who is the top gifters? I had to take that off. I had to take everything off, right? Anything that referred to anybody who had done anything nice for me, like anybody that donated, you know, had top donors and stuff like that. I had to take that off because what was happening was that everybody that, you know, would have me on stream, everybody that would raid me, anybody that would donate money to me or was a sub in my channel, especially if you were a mod in my channel, you would get targeted by like the weirdest trolls ever. By like scary, obsessive trolls. And like, I don't know, is it related to the game? Probably not. But it's a little bit of a coinky dink. I got so much hate and attention. That is true. That is very true. So that's the story with the game. You can see why I'm a little bit afraid to finish it. But finish it I must. And indeed, I thought it had gotten deleted off of my computer, but it didn't. It's still there, and I think I still have the save. I'm in a spot where you know like old RPGs, right? How they work is that there's like an overworld, there's like dungeons, and then there's like a final dungeon. And in this one, once you go to the final dungeon, once you go to the end level, right, you can't come back into the overworld and you know, do some of that stuff, like do the grinding. Like if you find that you're under leveled, right? Which is, that's how I play the game, right? Because I've always done that, right? If you don't know, fantasy RPGs, they're generally like they're generally if you grind a lot, if you level up, they're usually too easy. Because like all it is like, do you want to hit the person with your weapon? Do you want to cast a magic spell? Do you want to heal yourself or use an item? Or would you like to summon your persona and do something to the enemy with that, right? Those are your choices, right? So it's not like, you know, you're not pressing a button to, you know, it's not like a regular video game. It's just like strategy, right? And so, but because of that, it's not very hard. So if you want a challenge, generally the thing to do is to not do any grinding. However, on these really old games, apparently you have to grind. And I should have ground. And I was in a spot where I'm in the final dungeon, right? I'm near the end actually, and I come up to a boss that I am like nowhere close to beating, right? No, and I finally looked up the guides, and they're like, you need to be like level 50 for this. You need to get this persona. You can only get this persona, by the way, when you reach level 59. So, oh no, sorry, I don't need to be level 50. Actually, you need to be level 60, right? For this, and you know, just going through and fighting the enemies, it's taken a while to grind, right? And so I didn't really want to put everybody through like what, like, because that's not exciting, right? Watching me kill the same enemies time and time again is not super exciting. So I'd probably need to do some grinding off stream if I want to finish that. But yeah, I do want to finish that. It's a cool game. It's a cool concept. I love Atlas games. I love those stories that they put together. And you know, even if you don't like buy into the urban legend, I still think it's pretty freaky. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here tonight. Look, I'm gonna stay on for a little bit and just chat if that's okay. Is that okay with you? I'm gonna act like I'm a normal streamer, right? Because like I never do this. I never just talk to chat. ARPGs for the win. It feels like an ARPG. Or yeah, like wait, what is the name for that? What is the what? I went in the Twitch community back. I wasn't in the Twitch community back then, but I'm sorry you went through that. Hey, that's okay. It was also during the pandemic, and I think it probably has something to do with that too, right? That whoever, you know, whatever weird parasocial, you know, and I never got a lot of closure, right? I knew some people who were involved, right? I knew some people that hated my guts, but as far as like where did this all start from, like who's really, because somebody's putting a lot of time into this, right? Somebody's putting a lot of time and dedication, right? And knowing who exactly that was and where they came from and what their motives were, it's a little bit difficult, right? You know, it's an easy assumption to think that, well, you know, you said something about Dylan that Dylan obviously didn't like. You know, Dylan's friends didn't like that. They all, you know, did NCC bad streams for days and weeks at a time. So obviously it's somebody like that that thinks you're like a legitimately bad person for saying that their parasocial daddy is bad, right? You can't have that. And so that's what they're doing. They're punishing you for being an inconvenience to their favorite streamer, right? That's a simple answer. Could it be true? Yeah, sure, it could be true. It also might be like, you know, somebody that, I don't know, was like, it kind of, at times it felt like more like somebody who was obsessed with me personally, right? That it's not, that like in my mind, like I'm trying to imagine somebody being that attached to Dylan Burns. You know what I'm saying? Dylan Burns. It's like, who takes, I don't think even Dylan Burns takes Dylan Burns seriously, right? So you know, I start to wonder, like, did this person have something like specifically with me? And the thing that makes the most sense is that this is maybe a person that was having a tough time dealing with the pandemic. And you know, they found, you know, there were a lot of people that, you know, hated my guts for various reasons during that time, but there was some kind of force kind of like, you know, keeping them all together. And yeah, you know, I've got some suspects. I've got some likely suspects, right? But as far as 100% certainty of who was doing which part of the harassment, it's something that you can never know with 100% certainty. You can say, you can use deductive logic to, figure out like who was involved with them, who they were hanging out with, who they got information from. But as far as who actually, pulled the trigger, because this was back when Twitch did not have nearly the set of mod tools that it has now. Right now, it's pretty easy for me to see if somebody is in my chat and they're evading a ban, right? They've been banned like multiple times. Twitch tells me, and that person does not get to chat, right? But at the time they do things like, they do like hate raids. There'd be like a bunch of bot accounts coming out and saying horrible, nasty stuff about me, and then when they couldn't do that because we moderated it so that like maybe only subs could talk, or only people who'd followed for a week could talk, then they started following me under the names, and the names themselves would be the because they knew that was all that they could get, like, to show up in chat, right? They'd follow you and it would show in chat that like Irene is the the literal worst person in the world has followed you. Irene did 9/11 has followed, like, just like whatever the worst thing you can think of has followed you. It was the opportunity and the pandemic that had turned their world upside down. Yeah, because at some point they stopped, right? They did a lot of damage. They hurt a lot of people who I care about, but they didn't stop me from streaming, and they still have not. Contrary to my head faint as far as where the direction of this channel. They're not. Are you leaving streaming for good? That is a good question, and some people may be coming in still asking that question. Find out on Friday, okay? Like, Friday is going to be the big revelation, but understand that I'm saying it's a big revelation. That means I've got something to reveal, right? And that right there should tell you something. Things are going to change massively. My focus is going to change massively, and there might actually be like another platform that you can watch my content on, right? And like, I might be the general gist of it is that I'm going to be streaming less often, hopefully putting together some prepared content for you, and also wait, what's the, oh yeah, I want to do a weekly stream that's like the premium streaming. And in fact, that was right what I was like looking at doing. Let me just see what it would be like if I was to switch this into premium mode. Okay, so, oh my god, I'm still signaling branded content. It still says I'm doing branded content, which I'm not. Audience. Oh yeah, it's right here in the audience. So done. All right, we switched off branded content. Let's look here, audience. Can I change this? I can't change it. So indeed, that is the hiccup. That if I want to start a stream that's for subs only on Twitch, I've got to end stream and then start stream again with an audience of subs only. And then let me see on YouTube. What would that look like on YouTube? But yeah, chat, here's the deal, okay? So yeah, if you're just getting here just now, like, understand that I am, kind of in a financial crunch. So, I'm very thankful to everybody that's supporting me, whether it be through memberships, whether it be through subs on Twitch, through Patreon, through donations, super chat, all of the above, right? That is kind of what's like allowing me to live and continue at this point. But I'm moving into a room, not moving into a different house, but I'm moving into a room within my house that's going to cost me $200 more. So that is the big, like, crunch time sort of event, is that, like, I gotta be able to generate, enough money to pay for that, and that might involve me, getting like taking on some work outside of stream, and that's what's really gonna like kind of cramp down on the time that I'm able to stream. But I still want to continue to do it. I don't feel like my job here is done by a long shot. There, I still have a lot to say, and I have stuff to say about, you know, more things that I've even touched on yet, right? In terms of what I want to be able to do in terms of videos. I want to be able to talk about bigger subjects. Like, remember when I was saying earlier in the stream, I was talking about the necessity to, or the way in which singular events like the, you know, like the bombing of the hospital, right? It end up serving as proxies for larger systemic issues. There's a systemic issue with what's happening to people in Palestine, what's happening to people in Gaza particularly, right? But so many people are involved in this back and forth of like, well, do we know that came from the IDF? I don't know. I read in Reuters that, you know, this was a rocket fired from Gaza itself. Well, maybe the implication being maybe the Palestinians are like victimizing themselves, and that our concern for their well-being is somehow misplaced. That is such a twisted conclusion, right? And the fact that you take a singular event like that and say, well, you know what, the outcome, whatever the final truth is about where this, you know, ordinance came from, that caused all that death and destruction, oh, that's going to tell us, you know, like who's right in the conflict, if there is really a reason to be concerned for Palestinian people. And of course you should be concerned for Palestinian people. Of course you should stand up for people who've been, you know, systematically dispossessed and forced into an apartheid existence, who've had, you know, necessary medical items, water, food, you know, deprived, purposefully deprived, you know, but by people talking about putting the Palestinians on a diet, right? I mean, that's a subject right there, because like, think about how often this happens. I was bringing up the, you know, example of Jussie Smollett, right? How many people, Chud Logic, how many people use Jussie Smollett as a way to say that systemic racism is not something to concern yourself with, right? They'll say that Jussie Smollett essentially, you know, victimized himself, and that therefore that, you know, the idea that racism still exists and still has impact on still has a systemic impact on Black people in the U.S., a deadly impact, right? A life-depriving impact is wrong because Jussie Smollett. No, okay? You can't. We got to stop using these events as proxies. What that is that's anecdote Andy bullshit, right? That's what TYT is on right now. They don't talk to you about anything real. They don't talk to you about the material conditions that we're living under. They talk to you about these individual events, and then they, like, you know, obsess about Kyle Rittenhouse or something like that. You know, to the point of being able to, you know, throw minutia into the argument that you're not going to know about and you can't refute. And, well, you know, if you can't refute what they said about Kyle Rittenhouse, then it must be that Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. And if Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong, well, that's a proxy for saying that, like, that's another proxy for denying systemic racism. And I think that the more people that are aware, and this is the problem, that even people on the left fall victim to this, right? It's so easy to get just completely immured in a cause celeb, in a controversial viral event that everybody's talking about, and to start talking about this event as if it is a judgment on the larger issue, which most of the time it isn't. Most of the time it's a singular event, right? You know, you find a you know, detransitioner who legitimately felt like some regret over transitioning, like, right? I'm sure they do exist, right? But if you let this like fraction of a percent of trans people who later decided to detransition dictate your policy towards allowing access to gender affirming care, then you're going to end up denying that based on an individual, an anecdote, a singular event, right? And so we're being misled in a big way by anecdotes. I heard Trump sells bathwater branded as chunky Campbell's soup. Oh my God. Are you saying that he like ferments inside the bath and that it creates like colonies, and these colonies form into like chunky elements that mimic like maybe some chunky vegetables or little beef nodules in a soup, and that people are consuming this stuff? My thought process was Trump NFT meets Mr. Pillows. If Mr. Pillows was Campbell's. Wait, what's Mr. Pillows? Steel Lungs. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub, my friend. That is 7 months for you. You've become one of my fave streamers over the past few months, and it's because of moments like that. Oh my God, that means a lot to me. It means a lot to me. As we discuss the fermentation produced by Trump taking extra long baths. Oh my God, chat, do you know what I've watched recently? And here's one thing. Shakespeare, are you still in chat by chance? Shakespeare wanted me to watch, I think, like a documentary about Woodstock 99, and I'm just like, that seems kind of random. Like, Woodstock 99? Why is that? What's up with Woodstock 99? And we were having trouble finding something that wouldn't get copyright claimed, because, you know, a lot of these documentaries are gonna copyright claim you. But I finally watched the Netflix documentary on Woodstock 99, and I now see, I think, what Shakespeare wanted me to see. Like that. There's something to be said. I don't know, like, you're right. Like on one hand, you know, you do have a lot of elements of like toxic masculinity that I guess are embodied in acts like Kid Rock and maybe to a lesser extent Limp Bizkit and Korn. Right? But on the other hand, you have a brand built off of a festival which became free only when people trampled the gates, only when it became, you know, so popular that there were too many people to hold them back and to force them to buy tickets. And they literally just knocked down the fence and they went in. And that's what Woodstock 68, Woodstock 69, whenever the original Woodstock was, right? That's what that was. You know, it's not exactly peace, love, and flowers. There was probably a lot of bad stuff that happened there, but one of the bad things that didn't happen there was, you know, the people attending the festival being exploited, because the festival ended up being free, right? So, you know, whatever they got out of it or didn't get out of it, they weren't, most of the people there weren't paying for. However, right, they tried it again in '94, and somehow the same sort of thing happened, and it ended up being a free festival, therefore not a moneymaker, right? The people involved, they're like, you know, we got to make some money out of this at long last. So they do it again in '99 with the whole thing. Their primary directive in '99 was that we are not going to let people get in for free. So what are we going to do? Well, let's find a closed down military base. Like, right, let's hold Woodstock 99 in a military base, okay? Because we can secure that, right? It's made to be secured, right? And you know, it stayed secured for a decent portion of the time. But yeah, so what they did is they kind of like outsourced a lot of the stuff. Like, they sold the rights to the catering, to the food, and everybody who came in there, if you brought water along with you, who brought a water bottle, they threw that water bottle out. You can't have that water bottle. You got to buy our water. And our water is $4, which apparently for 1999, that was a ridiculous price. I feel like there's a lot of bottled water being sold for $4 a bottle these days, right? But back in '99, that was like outrageous to charge, that much for a bottle of water, right? So essentially, they had all these people in their, camping, and there wasn't like any care taken to, their experience, and in so many different ways, right? One of the famous images from Woodstock '99 is people rolling around in the mud, right? And I remember seeing like pictures of that at some point, like, and it kind of looks like the original Woodstock. I think people rolled around in the mud in the original Woodstock. The difference, though, is that their facilities were so bad that the sewage from the porta-johns was leaking into the water that created the mud, right? So those people rolling around in the mud, yeah, it wasn't just mud. It wasn't just mud that they were in. And they took like they did some things like, they took samples of the drinking water, right? This is drinking water, right? Because eventually I think they did have to, it ends up being like 100 degrees out there. They've got this situation where they're not letting people bring water in. They're not letting people bring food in. They're trying to charge exorbitant rates, or at least, the company that did the catering or whatever is charging exorbitant rates for all that stuff. And so at some point they, like, I don't know, turned on some kind of tap water or something, right? And they were like, somebody had the presence of mind to like, hey, let's test the tap water. I mean, not before the fact, right? Because they didn't know they were going to give it. They didn't know that people are going to need that much water. They didn't know how hot it was going to be, right? But after the fact, after the water's being dispersed from these, faucets or whatever, they go and they test them, right? And whether it's a petri dish, right? You put the water in the petri dish, you see what grows, right? Just to see, is the water infected with anything? It was infected with a lot of stuff, right? It got fecal matter in the drinking water, not just the water that they're from the mud that they're rolling around in, right? But so over the course of time, like, people are kind of going feral, right? They're being treated like, they're being treated like animals, right? They're being like exploited. These promoters are making like a whole bunch of money off of them. There's not a lot of care or concern given into like their experience, and they just get like angrier and angrier. And you can like see it, right? They brought like I said, Limp Bizkit and Korn, and I don't know, was Metallica there maybe? But they also had acts like Sheryl Crow and Jewel, like soft rock, right? They had soft rock acts, and this was a crowd that was there to see Korn and Limp Bizkit and Kid Rock, right? So when they bring out all these soft rock people, they get pelted. They get pelted by like crumpled up bottles of water or batteries or pennies or whatever people had, right? E. coli rebirth, right? Chemicals and dangerous E. coli in the water, the circle of life. Yeah, basically, right? Your mom was there. Your mom was actually there at the Woodstock '99. Nine Inch Nails was there. Every day is, that's Sheryl Crow. Thank you for Rage Against the Machine was there. Wait, did they like leave? Was Rage, because some of these acts, like, right, they saw what was going on and they didn't want any part of it. But yeah, it starts off like okay, and it just goes downhill. And you got this guy, the guy that ran it was the original Woodstock guy, the guy that didn't make any money in the 60s, trust fund kid from what I could tell, driving around on like a motorcycle, right? But just like somebody with like just all the disposable income that you can imagine, right? And he's still one of the main people in Woodstock '99, and they give this series of like press conferences, right? And in every single one of them, they're just in denial about what's going on. And by the end of the time, like the press conference on Monday, like, right, people are supposed to be gone on Monday, right? Sunday was supposed to be the last night, but on Monday it just became ridiculously apparent that this thing had not gone on a plan. People ended up, oh yeah, here was the best part. It was the Red Hot Chili Peppers, right? The final act is the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and they're the band that sings like that song Under the Bridge, like sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. It's like this really cathartic kind of song, apparently about addiction, but for some reason a lot of people relate to it, whether you have addiction in your realm of experience or not, right? It's a cathartic song, right? And they start giving out candles because they were like, this is such a sweet song. I mean, I guess they didn't listen to the lyrics. It's literally about like Under the Bridge and like, I don't ever want to feel like I did that day. Like, right? Like in the throes of addiction, getting your fix under a bridge, right? That's what the song's about. But for some reason, the fucking hippies that put this shit together are like, oh yeah, this is such a nice song. This is so wholesome. Let's give them candles, right? Guess what happened with those candles? Giant ass bonfires. They start ripping down the towers. They start ripping down the stages. They start ripping down the walls. And that's what I said about the walls. Those walls held for a good portion of the time. But the last night that people were there, people were just so sick of it. And they wanted to break things. And they tore down the walls and they tore down anything that was flammable and they threw it all into these giant bonfires. So like it literally looks like, some kind of Mad Max post-apocalyptic thing. E. coli and acid, name a better duo. Together we cry. Yes, exactly. The Red Hot Chili Peppers had a lot of heroin songs. Feel like I did that day. But yeah, like I don't know. I see now why Shakespeare wanted me to watch that documentary. Because you're kind of covering like what they end up talking about in the documentary is like an intersection of rampant and grotesque commercial exploitation. Because the worst part about it is they're selling the idea of Woodstock. They're selling the idea of peace, love, and togetherness, right? And it could not be more corporate, right? And obviously Woodstock was like in 1969. What does that have to do with like Gen X kids in the 90s, right? The gulf of experience between the boomers that put together this festival and the Gen X like Limp Bizkit fans and Korn fans, like they didn't understand what kind of ticket they put on, right? To them, they're just like, oh, Limp Bizkit, yes, that is a very popular band that my nephew has talked about, right? Oh, Korn, that is another band that my nephew talks about. Kid Rock, that sounds good. I like rock and roll music too. Let's see what this kid's got for us, right? And they put together this just like, it's like a, new metal toxic masculinity stew that they put together. And it was just like, they didn't realize like what kind of animal they had in that cage until it was too late. And look, I don't know, because the documentary didn't go there. I watched the Netflix documentary. There's also like an HBO documentary. There's a bunch of documentaries on this. This is an interesting story. But I want to think that those promoters somehow ended up losing their ass, right? Whether it was from like legal fees and getting sued, or from the destruction of the they had to pay fees to the owners of the land for all the I mean, shit just got wrecked, right? Shit got wrecked. I want to think that somehow these assholes still did not make a profit. I don't know if that's true. But I kind of like need this to be true. You could tell they never asked anyone under 40. Yeah, they didn't know anything about what they were doing, right? They were just like, let's bring in Sheryl Crow and Limp Bizkit. They're both popular acts in this day and age, right? yeah, they're popular acts to very different demographics. Like Sheryl Crow is like, you know, like I think I've got an aunt that listens to Sheryl Crow, right? And she was not a young, you know, a terribly young person in the late 90s either, you know, compared to, you know, the 20 something or even younger. Oh yeah, there was like kids there too. There was like 14-year-olds. And that's some of the darkest part of it, right? Is that there was legitimately like assaults that took place there, and probably true for the original Woodstock too, you know, because that stuff was way more normalized back in 99, let alone in 1960, whatever. The irony is that the success of Woodstock came from America's peak counterculture movement, while 1999 had none of it. Yeah, it was a very different mood, I will say, like, you know, that's being displayed in that concert versus the truth is, youth is but a song I sing, you will pierce the way we're dying. You know that, like, what is that song? Come on, people now, smile on your brother, everybody get together. You were in your 20s then, long ago. No, did anybody nobody in chat, like, I'm guessing, like, you know, had like a direct experience with this? Because yeah, this was like 1999, but yeah, that's a really good story. It encapsulates something that, you know, I wasn't even aware of. And yeah, those fecal like bacteria in the drinking water, holy shit. 99 is like Eminem. Yeah, I know, that's like a long time ago. I don't like outside things. It's a very outside thing. Oh, the other thing about this place is that there's no shade there. Like, it's a military base, and there's just no way to get out of the sun. So you had people like fighting each other to get underneath like tractor trailer trucks that they brought there for the food and the band and whatever they had to put there, whatever they had to haul out there, right? People were like trying to stay cool. Yeah, the whole thing's asphalt too. The whole thing, like, right, it's not like grass and well, I mean, there's mud, right? But there's not a lot of like, you know, what you're used to thinking of as like a summer concert experience, right? That's not really available. It's like 100 degrees. It does not sound like a good time. It does not sound like a good time. Oh, Nirvana, Territorial Pissings. Wait, is that the one that's like, gotta find a way, find out a way? Something like that? I'll be honest, I don't know that much about Nirvana. I think my sister had the album with the Anatomical Angel. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's like the, like, you could, you know, it's like one of those anatomical models, but they made like an angel out of it. You had a friend who was a Nirvana group. Did Nirvana have groupies like the Grateful Dead? Did they have like people that would like follow them around the country? Did they do that, like that touring thing like Phish? I knew some people who were into Phish, and you know, other jam bands. Album is called In Utero. Yeah, that was the one. I was like trying to remember what that album was called. It was In Utero. She knew them personally and followed them around. Damn. Yeah, there's another like myth that like could use some. I mean, there's tons of documentaries on like Kurt Cobain. The all that I've ever heard is that like he was this like basically they were like scene. I don't even want to say scene kids because that has a different meaning for my generations. But they were like into underground music, right? And none of it had gotten like particularly popular. But then Nirvana was the band that you know that went from underground to being like mainstream, to being like all over everywhere, and that it wasn't necessarily to the liking of Kurt Cobain. She said they were the kind of guys you'd find looking at porn in a 7-Eleven. There was porn in a 7-Eleven? What? They played along the West Coast. Yeah. God, like, can you imagine being like Nirvana and trying to go to like Alabama or like Indiana or like some like middle of the, like, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. It seems like you'd get run out of town. You have it on a 12-inch single, right? Is that what that is? Is that what a 12-inch is? There's like a LP, like, right, which is like an album. And then there's like singles, which could be like a 45, but wait, no. Is a 12-inch like a 40? It's 40, yeah, right, because there's the RPMs, right? Like the times it goes around per minute. And you can set a turntable to be 33 or 45, or like some of them have like, is it like 78s? There were little pockets where venues were located in the Midwest. You'd be surprised, but yeah, the yokels would hassle you. Yeah. I mean, I guess it was a little different than it is now, where like that whole place is Trump country now. I can't imagine like trying to take Nirvana on tour in Trump country. Although, honestly, you could probably take Rage Against the Machine on tour. The band would hate it, but the people there would love it, because when they're hearing about Rage Against the Machine, they're thinking like Rage Against the Wokeness Machine or something, right? 78. So like a 78 is the 12-inch. Okay, because it's playing extra fast, and so you get through the spirals quicker. Paul Ryan's favorite band is Rage Against the Machine. Nice. That's like Marjorie Taylor Greene's workout. Wait, what do you think Lauren Boebert like listens to? What kind of music? Like we all know the Beetlejuice soundtrack is something that Lauren Boebert really loves. They put up signs saying you'd get kicked out if you looked at the magazines for more than 10 minutes. So wait. Is that because they just didn't want people like reading the magazines and not buying them? Or is that because they were afraid of people gratifying their more purulent urges via the... But wait, are you serious? They would have pornographic magazines like just like out on the rack? With the Fudge Rounds, what's the Fudge? The Fudge Rounds is the guy that the Richmond, north of Richmond thing. That's probably what what Boebert listens to. Mainstream country. Okay, I believe it. But I could also, like, I don't know. I could see one of them trying to be cool. And Matt Gaetz, God, you got this whole... Wait, oh yeah, let me show you this. If I can find it here, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna post this in Discord. And then I'm gonna open it up. Wait. I thought I downloaded this. No. That's Ethan. I swear to God, I downloaded a picture of like... It was like Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz. Maybe it's in the other... Can't remember where I put this, but there was like a picture of it was like Bobert Gates. It was like all the yeah, Bobert Gates and Santos. Oh God. Maybe I do have something to show you here. I can't find that. If anybody can find that picture, but yeah, they're taking a picture. It's it's Santos, it's Matt Gates, and it's Lauren Boebert, and they're taking a picture together at the they've just elected Matt Johnson. So we got, if you don't know, I guess I haven't talked about this yet. We have the MAGA, the most MAGA Congress ever. I mean, if you thought it was MAGA before, which it was, it's really, really MAGA now. It's probably more MAGA than it would have been with Jim Jordan, right? This is a MAGA bunch of people. They're all happy. They're all high-fiving each other. Somebody asked them, if there was a problem with naming a speaker who literally was instrumental in the plot to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power after Donald Trump lost. And according to octogenarian Vivian Fox, she said, "Shut up." And Lauren Boebert's like, "Oh, come on, yeah, they're ridiculous. They're ridiculous." Let me see if I can find this. Ooh, I don't know why I'm oohing. There it is. Okay, so let's take a look at this right here, because this is interesting. This is interesting enough to mess around with the dimensions. Oh, it's not supposed to do that. Click like that. No. It makes it smaller. Is this easier to see? Yeah, okay, slightly. Okay, so we got, what do we have here? We have an epic van with lots of stickers, right? Like, I mean, have you ever been behind a car like this? I don't know what's going on with my OBS. Like, I can't resize. Oh, there we go. Resizing is easy on this. All right, so let's take a look here. Top left, the mainstream narrative is the real virus. Ah, okay. I mean, sure, whatever, right? CNN stands for C N nothing. Oh, so good, so good. Okay, what else do we got? What else do we have? Sorry, no travels, no jobs because science and germs. Okay, so somebody upset about COVID restrictions, obviously. I can't see what, and then like man up, with a smiley face. Man up. We gotta man up. Okay, so your feelings, your problems, nobody else's. Oh, okay. And then obviously, like, strangely, this is an Element. What is this, like a Hyundai or a Honda? I can't tell. Is that Hyundai or Honda? It's some kind of H car, right? But they took off the EL and they just have imminent, imminent danger if you're behind this car. If you find yourself behind this this van, all right? Okay, so the only gun any military should play with is the one in their pants. So strangely, like, right, and you're going to see this in the MAGA movement, like this pretension that Donald Trump is the peace president. True patriots only drive Ford. What is this? What is this kind of car? Is this a Hyundai or a? It's a feisty grandma. Well, it's hard to tell. Like, I wonder who is in this van here, because, like, so you got, like the like anti-war thing, but I'm sure like it's pro-war. If you ask them about like China and Taiwan, they're just not in favor of like they're anti-war when it comes to countries that got attacked, but maybe pro-war when it comes to the Chinese Communist Party. I don't know. So government is organized crime. Corporations are organized corpses? What? So we're starting to go down the rabbit hole here. Call me whatever names you like. I still won't agree with you. Ha ha ha. Owned. Right? Love and tolerance also must go to those you disagree with. Thank you for reminding me that. Now this one's my favorite, right? I don't know what to make of this one, right? Because this is my favorite. This is my personal choice of stickers right here. How do the few keep so many in line? Shampoo. I gotta like. Oh wait, why is President Fun Day still there? All right, take him off. That off. That off. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, how do the many keep the few in line, or how do the few keep the many in line? Shampoo. Shampoo is apparently a government conspiracy. Who knew? Like, don't wash your hand. Don't wash your hair. That's just washing your hair is a hoax. Apparently, right? They shame and poo on you daily. That's like shame and poo. That's how they do it. It's shame and the poo. Anyway, it says F5G microwave fast enough. Thanks. What? 5G? Are you gonna cook some food by putting it up near a cell tower? Microwave is already fast enough. I don't need the 5G would cook it faster than the microwave. I don't know. I'm gonna have to try that sometime. All right. So second row, I can't tell. This one's like too tiny. I'm sure there's something juicy there though. Some ancestors may have done wrong, but I personally won't be apologizing. Okay. This has got to be some kind of, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What is the motive for this? Is something 20th century? Wait. By the something century, burn. What? What? I can't read this. This is too small, but I know there's something good here. Can anybody read that one? By the 20th? It's the something, it's the 21st century? Burn the heathens? The white supremacists? What? What even is that? We've already read the government is organized crime, corporations are organized corpses, liberty or death, of course, because of course, like, right? I'm surprised we don't have like a Ron Paul or a Rand Paul sticker here. A science lab can quarantine not a effing city? Okay, so pro disease. Once upon a time, our world was not a garbage dump. I'm not sure. I think it says burn the heathens, the white supremacists. Yeah, it's a little out of place. Like, it seems like I wouldn't be surprised to find a white supremacist in this car, right? Okay, now this one, I can't explain this next one, right? What is the reference? COVID 1984? COVID 1984? Like, do they think that's how you spell, like, COVID? Like, is this just a spelling error? Or is this like some kind of, is this supposed to mean something? COVID 1984. What is that? What even is that? Weed, illegal. Vaccine, mandatory. Your body, their choice. Slave. Okay. A political party is a cancer tumor. It's a cancer tumor. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at here. If I can find there it is. Yeah, political party is a cancer tumor. It's a weird way to say that too. I've never heard anybody say a cancer like what other kind of tumors are there? Are there like diabetes tumors? Are there like atherosclerosis tumors? Like what do we got that's a tumor? But anyway, I would think that you wouldn't need to say like a cancer tumor, but that's what they want to say. It's a cancer tumor. Unleash the lawsuits. Unleash the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Benign tumors? Yeah, but wait. I mean, is it still technically cancer? I'm not sure. Unleash the lawsuits. Sue government and vaccine corps now. Okay, hope that's going well for you. Just say no to vaccine bigots. The vaccine bigots want you to get the vaccination, even though literally, like, look, if anybody made you get a vaccination, it was a corporation, all right? Joseph Robinette Biden did not require, vaccine. You'd have to be, like in certain industries or working for certain companies, right? That's where the mandates of any sort of mandate that you get a vaccine, it's like a conditional thing. Visualize all the world's governments in ruin. Okay, so now we're cooking. Oh wait, I think I'm literally ripping off the rest of the thread. I think they say that in the thread. I think they literally say now we're cooking to visualize all the. I mean, that one's okay. I can't tell what that one is. All government, zero scientists. Keep Austin weird, but it's spelled with a Y. Is this like a Texan? Is this somebody from Austin? I mean, Austin, God. I've heard that Austin's a very different place than it once was. Church and government. What does it say? Something about church and government. They block off nature to F up yours. Okay. Say no to techno-fascism. You must wear a mask is discrimination. You must take a vaccine is discrimination. Okay, the mob is immoral. Urban sprawl is against natural law. What? Is this an urbanist? Like, right? You know what they're talking about there. Urban sprawl is like the suburbs. Like, right? And what's weird about this van is it does scream white flight. So, like, I don't know. It's a little weird that they're, but okay. I mean, I guess like what the broken clock is right occasionally. Nature gives, man takes. All right. F Dr. Fauci and all his ilk. Scientists? Is that what we're doing? Here, let's see if like so I think in this thread, if I remember correctly, some people zeroed in. Okay, so let's see if we can see anything that is. They shaman poo on you. That's my favorite. The shaman poo. Shampoo. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like I was hoping that they'd zeroed in on some of the ones that were a little bit more difficult to see, but yeah, there we have it. I just sleep for a moment and all of a sudden I see an SUV with all these bumper stickers. Like, I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to imagine the person that is driving this vehicle. No, I mean, like, there's definitely like some right wing, like this is definitely like a right wing person. Oh yeah, hey wait, Bad Lefty's got a great theory here. Man and yeah, like so it's a married couple, and they have slightly different political takes, but they share the back of the van. Wouldn't that be weird though? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine seeing one that's like, you know, it says like Lion Biden on one side, and then it says F Trump on the other side. Like, you know, two. Are there actually? I feel like that marriage wouldn't last. Chad, what do you think? What do you think? Does that marriage last? If there's a marriage between like a like a Hillary or Kamala or Elizabeth Warren Democrat and a Trump fan, does that marriage last? Can they make it work? What did Emmett say? Good question. Good question. That's the name of the car apparently. It's I think I think you got it right, Medley and Bad Lefty. That's got to be a couple's car. It could last for a while. Wasn't there like a couple that like there was like they were both like political like flacks for, it's James Carville and Mary Madeline. James Carville is a big Clinton confidant, and Mary Madeline, I think, was with the Bush campaign. Anyway, I am going to keep working on trying to make this work for us. And by this work for us, I mean, I mean being able to do the premium streamium. I let everybody stay in today because it felt like if I had successfully switched it into premium mode, then, you know, I would be kicking people out. And after today, after what we've been through together, after this collective experience of, like, you know, I don't know, I feel bad calling it trauma. You considering what's going on in the world, considering some of the very real physical trauma that people are going through right now in Gaza, considering what's happening to people in our very own country, considering the crisis of you know, of so many people being unhoused. It feels weird to call it like collective trauma. I feel like I'm overbearing it, but yeah, it was something. It was something. It was not easy, but we got through it. I got through it thanks to you, Chad. I appreciate you so much. Oh my God. What's even going on? Pedro, thank you for becoming a member. Yeah, but that's to the point, right? To the point. Karusa Kafka, thank you for becoming a member. Soul Life, thank you for 5 more memberships. Let's look like Michael Corcoran got a membership. A person whose name I can't say because YouTube doesn't like no words like that. You got a membership as well. Waffles for the people. You got a membership. You can all thank Soul Life for those memberships, right? Because I want to make that membership like do something. You know, obviously it does give you access to videos before they are out for the rest of the YouTube audience, right? You get to see those videos earlier. You get emotes that other people don't get, but we want to also be doing like, so here's my thing going forward, right? You know, I know that I scared some people saying this is going to be my last stream. Show up tomorrow to check out what that's about. It's the last stream, as you know, potentially the channel might have a new name, right? And things are going to be a little bit different. I'm going to be doing things differently. I'm going to try to do a specific premium stream every week. Like one of the, I'll be doing at least like 2 streams. One of those streams will be for everybody. One of those streams will be for people that are subs, that are members, that are Patreons, right? I'll try to make it available for everyone. I think I know how to do it. Clickbaiting you, a little bit. Well, like I sort of clickbaited you already. Some people are really scared and they're thinking that like Friday's like, I'm going to disappear from the internet after Friday. watch though on Friday to see what is actually happening, because we are going to change things up. I'm trying to make room on my schedule to be able to get you some videos. I'm trying to be able to do some actual YouTube videos, which, I know that I make YouTube videos out of my streams, like, this, for instance, or the earlier clip with Anna Kasparian, or, whatever that I did. Like, any of these could potentially become videos, but that is just a, a cleaned up, dressed up, edited down version of the stream that you already saw. I want to be able to bring you stuff that you haven't seen on stream that I'm putting together as YouTube videos, because I have the ability to write, I have the ability to edit. I should be putting out some YouTube videos, so I'm trying to clear up my schedule for that. I also need to clear up my schedule to be able to, earn some money outside of streaming, because, like, honestly, like, I've so the TLDR is that, like, my rent is going up, right? And that's where a lot of the stress that I'm under right now has come from. The fact that I'm going to be having to pay $200 extra a month in rent. And, on the positive side, I'm going to have a larger room, and it should make, it should improve the streams. It should improve my workflow. It should improve a lot of things. It's a good thing, but still, like, that's, that adds up. $200, over the course of the year, that is like $2,500, $2,400 extra monies that I have to pay. So I may need to do some work outside of streaming as well. I don't know if people know this, but I have a background as a kickboxing coach, and a degree in nutrition as well. So I'm going to try to put that to some use, right? So I have to clear up some of my schedule, but I will keep streaming, like at least like once a week as the normal stream. And then I thought that maybe the other stream could be something like a premium stream for members and for Patreons and for subs, where I do, like, like what Abigail does, like, how Abigail will put out a video and then she'll do a stream and people will ask her questions about, like what, the topic at hand. I want to do something like that, right? So I want to make sure that I'm doing something to reward people who are supporting me on an ongoing monthly basis, whether that be through subs on Twitch or membership on YouTube or through supporting the Patreon. I want to make sure that I'm giving back. I'm giving you something in return, because that means a lot to me, and it's allowed me to keep doing content. And I'm kind of in a financial crunch right now, so I just want to let those people know how much I appreciate them. We were gonna do the first one of those tonight, but I couldn't bear to, like, kick people out. I couldn't bear to kick people out of the stream. But here's what we'll do: we will schedule that stream, right, so that ahead of time, and you'll get like a community post on YouTube, and I'll mention it on the Discord and a bunch of other places to let you know when that's going on. Because the big thing that I want is for people that are supporting me monthly to be able to access that stuff, and hopefully, like, to be able to be there in the stream and to have something kind of special, because it's really special to me that people are willing to support me like that. It means a lot to me, and it is what is allowing me to get by right now. So I want to be able to give back, and then hopefully I've got my schedule clear enough where I can also give you a new YouTube video every week. And look, I'm going to unveil something on Friday, okay? That's going to be pretty special, right? And some of you have probably already guessed. I have hinted at what it is, but you'll find out for sure tomorrow, right? It's the last stream. Like, it's the last stream in this, what do you want to call, like, this season? Like, how about that? We make, because I just, like, I got torn up last night, okay? When I posted, like, this is going to be my last stream, and I kind of, like, half thought that. I mean, like, I am, like, really stressed about the, financial situation, about having to pay more money. And, I was, like, questioning, can I keep doing content? But when I saw the kind of outpouring of support that I had on YouTube, when I saw, like, that people, both cared about me, they wanted to make sure that I was taking care of myself, but also, like, we're gonna miss me. Like, it like broke my heart, and I honestly did not sleep at all last night because of that. So I knew that I was gonna need to, I knew that I was gonna need to find a way to still do content, even if I have to do other stuff, and even if I have to do like streams for less amount of time or less frequently, right? So we're gonna try to do one stream that's free, one stream that's paid, kind of like a podcast, and also a podcast, right? I'm trying to get that together as we speak with my my podcast co-conspirators, and we've got a strong concept. It's just like whether we can pull everybody together and get everybody on point to be able to do that. The podcast would be on Sunday, right? That's the thing. So yeah, I don't want people to be worried and like look like I was gonna go ahead and let you think that like I might disappear off the internet like after Friday, just to make sure that everybody was there for that stream to be able to unveil what's happening, to unveil the new stuff, right? To unveil a new chapter essentially in what I'm doing on the internet. But I had to tell you because it hurts too much, and like I don't know, I was actually surprised, like, right, when you do content, it's such a frequency, you kind of lose track of like what effect that you're having on other people. And I guess I didn't realize what like effect I was having on people. I didn't realize what kind of impact that, I don't know, chat. Like I'm trying not to cry here. The NCC extended universe. Yes, we are extending our universe, but like literally the only way to get everybody to perk up and pay attention is to be like, oh, I don't know, this might be the last stream, but it will be the last stream of sorts, just not like what do they say, every ending is a new beginning, and this is going to be a pretty cool new beginning. So and yeah, that was the other thing too, is like, I had all these people like supporting me, and like I kind of felt bad about like freaking out on stream, and I'm sure some of you have seen me get like, really like agitated, just like, worried that I'm not going to be able to take care of myself, like, right? And like the last thing in the world I want is for people that are helping me out with a sub or a membership or Patreon or whatever, on whatever level that you do that, to take that as like, you're failing. Because if it's anybody's failing, it's my failing, right? I've got to reach a large enough audience to make this sort of thing sustainable if I want to do this full time. But that doesn't mean that I have to like leave content altogether. There's I guess I too am subject to like false dichotomy, black and white thinking, and there is a lot of space in between. I do need to take care of myself, and I also need to take care of the people that have had my back in so many situations. And I'm not just talking about like financially, like, right, there's also like an emotional level in which the like outpouring of concern on my behalf that I got when people were like, when I said this is the last stream, it was a little bit surprising to me, and I couldn't turn my back on it. So yeah, thank you. Like you all mean a lot to me, and I should probably not tear up on stream. Let's read into Poly People. How does that sound? I've got oh my gosh, I'm 15 minutes late. I'm 15 minutes late for a very important date with my roommates in figuring out how we're gonna do things, as far as we got one. Oh my god, Videngale, thank you for the resub. Self-care, keep doing your thing. You are great. Thank you. Oh my god, that means so much to me. Like, I was doubting myself so much, okay? And you all just like brought me back into it. So yeah, we're gonna bring into Polly. I'm gonna apologize to my roommates for being 15 minutes late. I just like, I don't know. I was feeling it, chat. and I had to spend a little extra time with you today. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow for the last stream. Some people are still under that impression, so but we'll let them know exactly what is meant by that. Anyway, much love. Share that love with poly people, and I will see you tomorrow. Meow. Also, bodies. I don't think I've like acknowledged the bodies in a little while, but I need to do that. Hello, bodies. How are you doing? And hello, YouTube chat. Right? We just raided into Polly on YouTube. If you want to, go check her out on Twitch. She's not co-streaming, at least for now, as far as I know. But you can check her out on, oh, it looks like she might be having her affiliate anniversary, so kind of a special day for Polly. Yeah, if you want to go check her out, she is on Twitch. She's one of the, oh, there we go. I'm going to give her the happy affiliate anniversary message. Meow. I'll see you